Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola. Is gang all here?
Mr. Trudell?
Mr. Trudell is a no-show today.
Oh, so it's just the four of us.
Trudell in
And the alt.
at the moment.
Got it. So I guess we're here.
All righty. So let's begin. This is a planning board meeting Monday, the 29th. I'm sorry, the 9th of January, 2023. Take roll call. Barry,
Here.
Carl.
Here.
Oh, we'll just go down the line. Abby,
Here.
Nat Lowell,
Can you hear me?
Here.
Stephen Welch.
Here.
Joe Topham.
Present.
Thank you. Staff members, we have Megan Trudell,
Here.
Leslie Snell,
Here.
and Catherine and Sarah.
Here.
Awesome. Awesome. Look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Great. Roll call vote. Barry,
Aye.
Aye.
and myself, aye. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, Joe,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Minutes. Are we good for both the 14th and the 12th, Catherine?
You're just voting for the November 14th.
Okay. Everyone-
So I'll make a motion. We approve the minutes of November 14th with the changes that were brought forward earlier. There's nothing something of substance in there that needed to be addressed. So
Great. Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Nat. Barry,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I for the chair. All righty. Second dwellings. I think that we are gonna pull out 50 Madaket Valley Road. Is everyone good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is Linda on the meeting?
She is.
Okay.
Can bring
well,
her over.
and-
If you could also pull future 16 Quaker Road, because that's going to be dependent on whether or not you issue the special permit.
Okay, great. Anyone else have any questions on secondaries they want to
No.
pull? A&Rs, we're gonna pull 16 for later in the meeting. Anyone want to pull anything else?
No.
Oh, okay, so I would enter, and tertiaries, we're good with the one on Monahanset, 16 Monahanset? Okay, so Linda,
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, because I never know, this is a different way than all the other boards I'm on that coming over. I think the only issue, and Nat can speak to it also, he's been out there a million times, so have I.
Linda, we're gonna vote all these and then we're gonna come back to this.
Okay, come back to 50.
Yes, you've got time, right?
I've got to do the pulling of the covenant houses in about 40 minutes. That's
Oh,
fine.
No, we'll do this right after we go through these. So we're pulling out those two and we're going to vote on the rest, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Secondaries first, or we can do them all at once?
You can do them all at once.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to do both the secondaries, excluding 50 Madakesham, tertiary at 16 Monahasset, and the A&Rs with the exception of 16 Quaker again, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the secondary and tertiary dwellings as submitted with the findings and such by staff, and that for the A&Rs that they be duly endorsed as submitted.
Second.
okay. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that's unanimous.
To
So
me,
hold on, Linda. We're getting there. Do you want to talk about, you want to introduce 50 Madakesham Road for us, Megan, real quick?
Mhm.
Sure. So 50 Madaket Valley Road is an application for a second dwelling. I can pull this up and do a screen share for you. In our discussion in our agenda meeting, this just came up to pull for board discussion, and the reason why, just to provide some history to give some context for that, is the board scope of review for second dwellings is typically limited to the adequacy of access. Madaket Valley Road is a very long dirt road. And in past, when we've seen applications here, it's just been given a little extra layer of review. I can say, since the board has seen applications out here in the past, there has been the addition of water, fire hydrants, so that's a positive in terms of safety. I also pulled what decisions have been made in the past. Two approvals were tied to structures that were already existing. There was one denial, and then there was one that had some conditions about roadway grading. So I just thought to bring that to your attention and that it may be worth a conversation.
Agreed. Linda,
okay, you all should have received today the memo from the owner of 50, which is one of the last ones before you hit the airport fence. That road is wide, it's graded, and he has owned the property for a long time and has taken upon himself at least 3 or 4 times a year to grade that road all the way from Miles Reese, where it turns off a bunker and it turns to dirt. That's a couple of miles, and he takes it upon himself to do it and gets the contributions from a couple of my other guys that got secondary dwellings 2 doors away from this one. And he gets the money. If he doesn't get the money, he does it anyway. So he's got a standing contract to do it. He does it in the winter in case there is a need for emergency access, though nobody lives out there at this time of year. So I think Nat can speak to the road because he has to go out there, but it is in better shape than 90% of the dirt roads on Nantucket. For another reason is that the ground cover, once you get through that initial bunch of trees next to the airport, it's wide open. And you can get all the way out there and it's completely wide open. There are very few trees. It's all low growth, and the road is kept very wide. Once you make the turn at the end of that initial set, they keep it wide so you don't have to have pull-offs. You can go past each other at the same time. Imagine that. And on the initial section from Miles Reese intersection there, out to where it turns right and turns left towards Chris Matthews, which is a disaster, but that's not our road. It comes out of the trees, and there are pull-offs all the way down that road, and you can see them coming easily to be able to pull off and have passage. So they keep it graded year round for this reason. So a condition that it keeps it year graded is fine.
Thank you, Linda. On the board, thoughts?
Oh, I guess I'll go first, Mr. Chairman. I've been on here a long time and I don't remember any of this situation out in this area in a past application, so excuse me for not remembering. Megan, what are the dates of the stuff you got? Is it pre-2007?
No.
I don't remember.
No.
It was post 2007. I don't have them in front of me.
Yeah,
I feel like the two that were converting existing structures, one was actually, it must have been pre-zoning, secondary dwelling. The other was a conversion of a garage studio. That was within my time frame, so it had to have been in the past 5 years. The other two, one that was a denial and the other tied to conditions about roadway grading, I want to say we're in like the 2012 to 2015 timeframe.
My 2000 and my 46 Madaket Sham was only 3 years ago, if
Yeah.
that.
all right. So Linda, let's just give me a second. Okay, so there's a lot of work been done out here in different places, and they're all sort of in the area of where Linda's application is, like after some of the older places. But I mean, there's so many other places on the island. Like this is like a Sheep's Pond Road kind of situation out here a little bit, very similar. But I don't see any reason to deny a second dwelling, especially if it's that small, especially out there where the road is not that bad. I mean, it used to get graded by the airport. I mean, I guess they don't do it anymore. I didn't realize that. I haven't been paying that close attention. And you have to remember, you have other places people are going besides this residential area. They're driving down that, the road, from Bunker Road to, say, the beach access part. And when Linda's talking about going left down those winding little sandy roads to get to New South. So you've got a long stretch of road. There's not a house. It's just a road, like Russell's Way, kind of. You're driving all the way down there, and then the houses are in a completely different location. So, when you talk about the road condition, you really shouldn't be talking about from Miles Reese's to, say, the first beach sort of parking area. We should be strictly talking about where these residences are. And that condition of that road has been the same for a long time. It's really not that much different. There's a lot of little turnout spots, and there's brand new fire hydrants out there, which I couldn't believe when I saw recently. So that's my take on this. I mean, I just don't see any reason to set a precedent here now where there are other places that we have second dwelling applications that you could make an argument, especially they're through roads. This isn't a through road. Nobody's taking a joyride out to this road. It ends at, I think, number 58-ish somewhere, 60.
Before that. Yeah.
All right, Linda. I don't know what the last house used to be. Thompson's years ago. I don't know if they're still the owners of that last house, but it doesn't go through anymore. That was the name of the people that own that house. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Barry? Nope, good. So I think part of the concern, my understanding is here is a couple of things. Is the road layout is all on airport property, I think. So that could be issues down the road. I think there's been concern about it also being in the flight path of the airport, and the wisdom of building density in that area. I mean, that could be argued on the other side of the airport too as well, and didn't stop anyone. So I would argue with Nat that the state of the access is important for the whole road when you start talking about emergency vehicles and their access. But I feel that the road is wide enough for that. So yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing that out as possible reasons for why we've discouraged them in the past, and maybe Leslie could help us with some other reasons.
Yeah, so as Megan mentioned, your scope of review is the adequacy of the access. And it's not just the adequacy of the access for the owner to be able to drive to their house, but you also need to think about emergency vehicles and other things being able to locate the house and get there. This is an area where, the roads are not marked well. Could be confusing. It's an area, where the board may not want to encourage additional development and additional growth. There are other areas of the island where, you've taken that position where what's there is there, but, adding more dwelling units may not be the most appropriate. So, again, Madaket Valley Road isn't located within the layout at all. You can see on the aerial that it veers all over properties. And, I think if we're going to put in a recommendation, we would recommend that you not approve it. And there are some other areas of the island that have similar road issues, and they have formed associations where all of the property owners have gotten together, they've set up an account, they've established a formalized group to help mitigate some of that. And that definitely happened out in Squam, and maybe some other areas as well.
Leslie, Mr. Chair, can I just add, not to try to make, a back and forth. Eel Point Road's not in the layout either. So I don't see us having a meltdown over that. So, I mean, I think of Low Beach in that application back in the day. It was a while ago. It was maybe about 12 years ago when we used to require these like crazy conditions of like grading and building and bringing in fill for one house. And that went on for a long time and never got approved. And then later it did, because it was wrong to dig that road up like that. There was nothing wrong with it. And I sort of see this as a similar situation. I don't think there's going to be a ton of development going on out here by any stretch. What's the zoning out here, Leslie? Is it lug 2 or lug 3? I don't even know.
Lug 3.
Lug 3.
So it's like it's MMD kind of in a certain way, in another kind of thought process. But I mean, there's a lot of house movings going on out here. They've jiggled things around. 50R, 48R. There's a lot of R's on signs. So that means something. They're moving and jiggling things as best they can. So I just don't see this as like, a brand new precedent being set of more building out here. Is this is a single bedroom, Linda, second dwelling?
Yes, it's a 1-bedroom, sort of a really small footprint. In fact, they don't want to expand it that far.
Are these lots, Leslie, one more zoning question. Are these lots non-conforming? They all have very little ground cover, right? If it's lug 3 and they're not 3 acre, then they haven't got very much. Am I correct on that?
If it's lug 3 and it's non-conforming, if it has at least 50,000 square feet, they could have, I think, 2,000 square
1,200?
feet of ground cover. 2,000.
2,000. Okay. Okay. Like Tom Nevis. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
I see your hand, Linda. I'm going to go to Barry real quick and then come back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So Nat, I just want to mention one thing. When we talk about Eel Point Road, I mean, we've taken really considerable efforts to try to put Eel Point Road back onto its appropriate places every time there was some type of development happening. And I know I was a major advocate for that. So where there's an opportunity, we try to correct where the road layouts are to make that happen, as opposed to just running it run willy-nilly all over the place. So I just want to go back and put that back into the record that we have really taken that stance with things. You know, the other thing too is that, you know, I appreciate what the gentleman's doing here with this, in terms of, you know, trying to be an advocate for making sure that roadway is taken care of, you know, academic or whatever this neighborhood does or doesn't want to do. My concern is, though, if he ever sells it at this point, now it becomes a different thing and you've lost control of that. So you know, I'd posit to the board, maybe it's time to encourage an association to happen. Maybe it's time to put a minimal stipulation on that roadway is going to be maintained and graded at least, I don't know, I'll defer to Leslie or Megan, twice a year, 3 times a year. You know, so at least there's something there to A, acknowledge what he's been doing, but B, should anything ever be sold, we can kind of go back to them and say, okay, that's great. Here we go. That you have to live up to that condition now. Thank you very much. So that would be the things I want to offer to this board, that I think, since we're responsible for adequate layout and maintenance of roadway, I think that does fall strictly within our domain to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, one of my issues here is that we as a board come up with a matrix that works, that we're not, you know, giving it to one person and not giving it to another based on 2 or 3 different things. So I think that we as a board need to carefully look at this. And if we decide that secondary dwellings now all of a sudden are okay out here because they have water, then we need to look at that and what that impact is going to be for all the rest of these properties. Linda?
Just a couple of things. He's okay with having it conditioned upon it being graded at least twice a year, obviously in the spring and then in the fall.
Mhm.
And sometimes he does it during the summer because it just, you know, you do the washboard thing going out to Ileano's subdivision there, Russell's Way.
Mhm.
And he has owned this property for almost 22 years now, and he's done it and taken charge of it every year. So I don't think it's going to be a big thing for it to be running with the land, obviously with the secondary dwelling, because if somebody sells it or if his children get it, they're still bound by what you guys did because it runs with the land. They can't really reroute where that road is. Everybody's agreed that's where the road stays because you have MIPA, MISA, and all the rest of them moving that road any more than we could move Gardner Road. So I think we're okay with that condition. And it is 1 bedroom, not a big humongous thing like my one at 46, which was much larger structure. And I think I looked at Matt and Nat, I think there are 3 buildable lots beyond it. I think one of them was Reverend Nelson's.
Yeah.
And not
That's
every
what I was
dirt road
right.
is the same. So I remember on my time on the planning board, we approved secondary dwellings with roads that weren't this well kept up because I've had to drive on them. So I think this is a sort of a unique situation out there because it's 2 miles of grading and he does it. And as I say, it's easy enough to pull off. We have pull-offs through those trees. There are pull-offs. And once you get, after you're going west instead of south, it's wide open. It's like the boulevard almost for dirt roads. So there's no access problems once you get around there.
Linda, are you suggesting that we saddle him with the grading of this road in perpetuity?
Yep.
You
If
are,
that's what you want to do.
and he's okay with that.
Well, he does it now. If somebody
Well,
wants to adjust that in the future, they can always come back to you. But right now, that's what he does. And he does it more than twice a year. So I think twice a
this
year
is-
is what we've done with other ones.
I'm gonna go to Joe, please.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments. This is probably the best maintained road. You know, if you come through in the half marathon, we used to bike down through there, and we a couple times a year go biking it down that road. But once you get beyond that, it's just wild and kind of untamed, more or less. But it also looks like most of the road is on airport property and then crosses land bank property. So I do think if some association was set up, it'd be probably the smartest thing to do, so that, you know, God forbid something happens, one gentleman that is doing this a couple times a year, that everyone is involved, everyone's got skin in the game, and I think it could help you know, but. we
Well, I'll
gotta-
bring that, I certainly will bring that up to him. I think it's a good idea just to protect him as well.
Mhm.
But it can run with this property for now, and then we'll work on that over the winter. But everybody does contribute. My other two guys out there, they also contribute. So I know he's very successful with that.
Barry?
Yeah, so good. I'm kind of pleased with that. That would be a move that we can do. The other thing too is I know we've mentioned the airport, but you don't have any comment from the airport at this point about what their thoughts are with this particular thing, and they should know about this. The other thing too that I know that we're waiting on is the airport's supposed to be developing a master plan for their area within about the next month or two, and that may guide things along once that document gets released about how that area, they're looking at it from their perspective. So, but with lack of having that at the moment, I think we move ahead and we just secure the future by, as we've said, making sure that that an association is established and that we put in a requirement that it gets graded at a minimum of twice a year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Linda's your hand still up or?
No, I just know that everything else I've done out there, including new structures where I've had to notify the airport as an abutter. There's been no comment from the airport. It's all outside the fence, and they have sort of hands off it and left it up to the property owners.
I mean, I have some concerns about neighborhood association dealing with a piece of property that the neighborhood association doesn't own. And I don't know if that's going to be a problem if they put one together or not.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that one. If I will make a commitment now that he will work on that over the winter. If I have to go to the airport commission, I go to the airport commission. We'll work on that over the winter if you don't want to put it as a condition, because that may be a problem. And just do the road grading twice a year. And then to protect him, we'll attack that issue over the winter.
Barry?
Thanks. I think instead of saying retrospectively, I would suggest that we put it in now when we have the opportunity and we're doing the decision for it. And if we need to, we can always, if there is a problem, we can go back and revisit it. But I'm a little concerned that, 6 months later, it's like, how do we address that now? So I'd encourage us to do it now. And like I said, if it's a problem, then they're going to have to come back to us and say it's a problem. And then we can address it further from there.
I'm just worried that it's going to delay building the structure, and we're going to be doing it during the summer. And that's not something anybody wants.
Well, I don't know, Leslie, Megan, could you put in just a simple sentence that would basically say homeowner, an association to be done by date certain? Okay, yeah, if that'll pass legal muster, then let's.
And give them time to do it.
Yeah, a year. And
at the very least, report back to us after that if they're having a problem.
Right.
Yeah,
We can go ahead and build
also-
it. I'm only worried about, can we go ahead and pull a building permit now while we're working through this? It's hard to make deferred conditions in any kind of a legal document. I know I ran into that with a ZBA.
We could
But,
condition it that, we have to have a serious status update on that before a CO is issued, because that's at least a year away from now.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
also,
fine.
there's, with all the PFAS stuff with the water, I think they got an association already without actually having one. I'm sure that
Right.
the contacts are there and everybody's been
Yes.
talking for a while, so.
Yes, that I
Shouldn't be
can
that
tell you
hard.
is happening. Yes.
And plus the airport's got 2 gates that access this road, so I think they
Mhm.
want this maintained.
Yeah.
God forbid they have to go that way, but there are 2 gates that directly access this road. I think would be really smart. And then I think they'd get behind it. So Linda, if you're gonna go to the commission,
Yeah,
airport commission.
Do I need
this
to
might take a while.
do I need to appoint anyone to vote on this or no?
No, it's just the
No.
4 that can vote on this.
Anyone want to throw a motion out there?
I'll make a motion at this point. We approve the application with the, conditions of them forming an association by a date and the fact that the roadway does get graded at least a minimum of twice a year.
Second that.
Clarify, Mr. Chairman, before you vote, that the association is directly related to road maintenance only.
Thank you. That's a good point.
But he agrees to do it until one is fully formed.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to keep going. He just did it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll second that.
I think Joe might have. Did you?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
All right. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Unanimous.
Thank you very much. I have to
Thank
go
you.
pull the names for the covenant houses and I'll be back to do the special permit for 1416 Quaker.
Have fun with that.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Do that. All right, moving on to preliminary plans. John J. Calnan trustee. John J. Calnan, 2015 trust, 21 Brewster Road. Do
We do have someone here for that, but I swapped the agenda around, so we have previous plans first, if we're
Oh,
going
okay.
to the staff report, sorry.
okay, no, that's,
Oh, okay.
so previous plans, we'll go to Nantucket Preserve.
Yamaha.
Nantucket, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even read. All right, do we have someone here representing that?
Yep, so Jeff Kashulik is here if you have any questions, but essentially they had a few line items of infrastructure to complete. As part of their final lot release, they created a performance security account. They've completed the final paving, which was a large component of that account, so they're requesting the funding for that be released. $88,000 is what was allocated to that in the estimate, so that is the amount that staff recommends that you approve to be released.
Mhm.
And Ed Pesci has inspected the roadway and has agreed that everything is complete there.
Perfect. Anybody have any questions or? I would entertain a motion.
Sure. Motion to release the funding.
Second.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Unanimous. Okay, next up, Birdsong Lane, request for Form J. Release, I guess, doesn't say it, but yeah.
Yep, so this is a request. This was a small 2-lot subdivision, if you remember, off of, is it North Mill Street? So they are requesting the release of their second and final lot in exchange for putting up funding to complete roadway and infrastructure improvements. There was an estimate submitted by the contractor. Ed Pesci reviewed it, had a few changes. I think I sent that to you all via email because I had already posted the packet. So Ed's amount, which includes the required 20% added fee onto that, is $94,800. So I would recommend that, so long as the applicant submits a check to that amount to create the account, that you all would endorse the Form J.
Mhm.
Anybody on the board have questions?
No.
Okay, entertain a motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion that we endorse the Form J with the requirement that we get the security, the performance security deposit to deal with that as stated.
Joe seconded. So we'll go to roll call vote. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, unanimous. On to Bittersweet Lane.
So this one, Whitney Gifford and Paul Santos are here if you have any questions, but the request is relatively straightforward. They're asking for an extension of submission for their final plans and legal documents for 90 days. They have submitted to us draft legal documents for staff to review. So we would anticipate that those would be submitted the final version to you all for endorsement next meeting or the following. Also, Paul Santos, who is the surveyor and engineer, has been back and forth with Ed Pesci in the fire department with some minor changes. So he should have those addressed in the coming months to have the final plan submitted for signature. So as long as we stick to the 90 days, then staff is supportive of that request.
Any board questions or discussion?
The letter request was for a year, or is it?
So there, I included that. So that was a letter from this time last year. The decision was granted in January of 2019. In 2020, they came back, asked for a year's extension. COVID happened, didn't get the documents in order. So that last one was this time last year. So this request is for 90 days, not another full year.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the extension for 90 days.
Second.
All right, made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Unanimous. So back to 21 Brewster, Megan.
Yep. So I am going to bring over Ryan Maxwell and Arthur Reed to present this pre-plan.
Hi, Ryan and Arthur. How you guys doing? Whoever would like to give it to us, Arthur, if that's you, have at it.
Yeah, why don't I lead off? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think probably we should have a copy of the preliminary plan posted up on the board. This is a situation in which my client at 21 Brewster Road owns a corridor of land that runs right through the Don Allen Motors parking area. And it comes out to Pulpus Road. The whole property was originally owned by Phil Murray back in the 1960s, and he conveyed out in separate conveyances the land on each side of this corridor running out to Pulpus Road, where the main building of Don Allen Ford is, and also the parking area coming over toward Pulpus Road on the State Farm property, State Forest property to the east. And obviously, when laying this out, it's obvious that he was trying to lay out a corridor that would meet all the requirements for a subdivision roadway to come in to the property that was remaining at the rear. It's a 40-foot wide corridor, and they even allowed for the 25-foot radius turning curves coming into Pulpus Road. And as I said, this is not an easement. This is land that is owned outright by the 21 Brewster Road property. So what we are proposing to do, my client would like to divide the property, which is outlined on the plan that you're looking at, into 3 lots. One of those lots is now accessed from Brewster Road and could continue to be. The other 2 lots would need to have their access coming in from the corridor roadway coming in from Pulpus Road, and that's what we're showing on this plan. I would comment that we have actually been in touch with Don Allen Ford about the situation and had proposed to them a boundary line adjustment, which would result in our conveying this corridor of land to them in exchange for a piece that would abut the state forest property, enabling a roadway to come in from there, and it would be slightly smaller than the parcel that we're dealing with here. However, the negotiations on that fell apart, and they've indicated that they weren't, at least at this time, interested in discussing it. So we're here with the preliminary plan, which obviously would be followed by a definitive plan, to come in with the construction of a roadway within the corridor, coming out to the main part of the 21 Brewster Road property, with a turning circle, as you see on the third sheet of the submission, that would provide frontage for all three lots.
Arthur, how long ago did those negotiations fall apart?
How long the negotiations? I missed that. You mean with Don Allen's?
Yes. How long ago?
Within the last year.
Okay.
We started perhaps about 6 months ago. There may have been some previous discussions, I'm told, between a prior owner of the property and Don Allen's. My client bought the property a couple of years ago, and I came into the situation within the last year. We did approach Don Allen's. We had some useful discussion, and then we heard back that they weren't interested in working out a deal with us on the basis of anything we proposed.
Thank you. Board members?
I'll go first, I guess. This was the craziest thing I've seen, definitely this year, but it's early. This is like Harbor Terrace, Arthur. You just drive right through Marine Lumber and go out to multi-million-dollar houses through John Allen. Is that the plan?
It's what it is. Yeah. I mean, that's the way the property is laid out. I mean, obviously, you can only come to the conclusion when you look at this that Phil Murray's intention was to do exactly this when he sold lots off on each side of it, which weren't sold at that time, to Don Allen's, which didn't exist in that form at that time. But ultimately, they were both purchased by Don Allen's, with this corridor running right up the middle. And because this is we know that Don Allen's has been using this area, but because this is registered land, there's no adverse possession. They haven't acquired any rights in it. They do have a right of passage. The deed says they have the right to pass over it to get to Pulpus Road, but they don't have any right to park cars in it or use it for any other purpose. So that's what we're dealing with. I still would hope that we would be able to, maybe when they realize what's going on, that Don Allen's would come back to us and that we would work it out. Again, what we proposed, what we had Don Bracken and Ryan Maxwell prepare, is a plan that would involve our trading that piece of land, that corridor of land, to Don Allen's in exchange for a piece of land along the southeasterly side, as I said, abutting the state forest property. In order to get a proper, if you take a look at the plan, the angle of the state forest property into Pulpus Road is a very sharp angle, and it would be completely inappropriate to have a road come in at that angle to Pulpus Road. So we've had to lay that out in such fashion that it would curve and that the parcel of land that would be conveyed to us would still enable there to be the 40-foot wide roadway with the turning radius at the side. It still winds up being a smaller piece of land that we would get than what we would convey to Don Allen's. But that was rejected because they felt they were going to lose a lot of parking as a result of it, I'm told. But again, we own the land. We have the right to use it. We have the right to, and again, the reason why we would come in from there rather than from Brewster Road, not that I'm sure that Brewster Road is a very good access in any event, But the house, as you will see on the property, the existing main house basically blocks off the ability to bring the roadway in from Brewster Road. So again, in looking at the property and looking at what we could ultimately wind up doing most advantageously with the property, this is the plan that we have, and that it meets all the necessary requirements. And if we can work out a deal with Don Allen's at some point to come in a more conventional way, then that would be great. But for the time being, this is the hand we've been dealt.
Boy, Arthur, when you're arguing against a small curb cut, I'm going to remember this application. So you want to come in, your real plan is to come in on lot C, right? I'm assuming somehow. And that, looking at that, that's owned by this, that land is owned by this applicant too?
This land is owned by, let's see, what is lot C?
Right
Lot
here,
C.
where the arrow is, yeah.
Yeah, we would come in, if we were able to do the exchange with Don Allen's, we would have, basically you would move that whole corridor over
Right.
to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And get the road as close to that as you could and still have an appropriate curve
Lot
in the road
size.
and appropriate radius.
Yeah. This is LUG 1, right, out here?
Yeah.
You got, okay. Wow. This is amazing. This is like Willie Howe's down there behind the chicken box. All those rights no one knew about until they wanted to.
I know. I mean, I don't know what the background is of how Don Allen's got into this situation. I certainly haven't been involved in it until recently, but I think what is completely obvious is that this is exactly what Phil Murray intended when he sold off those parcels of land. I mean, you could not do a more accurate job of laying out a subdivision roadway, meeting the subdivision control rules and regulations. And bear in mind, this is back in the 1960s.
Yeah. Whole
Phil
place
was
was
a
worth
pretty smart
$5,000.
guy.
$5,000
Yeah.
lot. Yeah. Wow.
Probably. Yeah.
Nobody was thinking about that, were they?
Mm.
Barry.
You can go to Joe if you want. He's got his hand raised too. I'll wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, Arthur, the first thing I did is I took out the plan and I drew it. I was like, why are we not just moving this over? And I was trying to get it to work, not to step on your toes and do your work, but it just doesn't make sense to me. But I understand why you're here. It's just sad that you can't come to some agreement.
Leverage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. This is befuddling.
Barry?
Yeah. Megan, can you do me a favor? Can you go back to that aerial for a minute? Please. All right. Now, I was just kind of curious that roadway that runs in off of Brewster, when you look at the plan, it shows a connection into that lot B that'll take place. And I was trying to figure out if that's already established, or is that something that you're all thinking about doing? See what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
don't completely follow you, Barry.
All right. So what I'm saying is that you've got a roadway coming in off of Brewster Road that services one lot.
There is a driveway.
The driveway,
serves
okay.
That lot.
Now let's go to the plan that you have submitted there. And now all of a sudden I look at where that small little rotary is. Keep going down and keep going down.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden don't go too far. I'm sorry. I wish I had control of this. Go back up and you'll see that there's some type of roadway that runs from where that little circle is down into lot A. What is that I'm looking at? Yeah, that.
That's the driveway to get to the cottage.
All right,
The
so
driveway,
is
it's there, man,
that
it's all one lot right now.
right? No, I understand that. So is that something you're gonna pursue with this or not? I take it not.
Well, we want to have 3 lots.
Yeah,
We have enough area for 3 lots. My client desires to get 3 lots out of it, largely for family purposes. He's not a developer per se, but he wants additional lots in connection with family purposes, family compound, if you will. And the way to do that, the only way to do that without demolishing removing the existing house, which he does not desire to do, and bring in the access entirely from Brewster Road,
right.
is to come in this way from this road.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to say, the moment you bring up the word family compound, it always leaves a sour taste in my mouth, because I know that way back in the past, there were some subdivisions I approved. I was part of the approval process for it, where they were like, it's going to be a family compound. It'll be like that forever. 2 years later, they were being sold. It's like, okay, so much for the family compound, So I'm always leery when I hear that. If this is really gonna happen, I mean, you're gonna have to get Don Allen to clear out all those cars to have some type of appropriate roadway running through it. I mean, just with the aerial I see
Yeah.
right now, I'm unclear about that one, but let me just ask you 2 quick questions. So what are we looking at for density with each one of these lots? Any restrictions? Any thoughts? Are they going to be
At this
maxed out?
point, I wouldn't see any reason for any restrictions at this time.
Okay. I just want that to be part of the record. So that means each
And by
lot.
the way, I'm not asking for any particular consideration on the basis of it being a family compound. I'm just telling you that this is what my client is in fact doing. We're trying, and I instructed Don Bracken and Ryan Maxwell to lay this subdivision out in a way that completely complied with the subdivision control rules and regulations, and not asking for any type of waivers or inappropriate exceptions from the board.
No, I understand that, but I just want to be really clear about what I'm looking at with this plan. And the second thing is, any thoughts about improvements that would happen to either Pulpus or Brewster?
Well, we wouldn't be using Brewster Road for access. Pulpus Road is a county way.
Yep.
And I don't know that there's any need for any change to it. Certainly, we would be constructing the interior roadway in accordance with whatever the specifications we would propose and the planning board upon review would approve.
So would you close off that roadway then to Brewster, or abandon it?
I think it's a question of whether we would have that one lot continue to be served by Brewster, or whether we would have the driveway come into the new roadway. I don't think we have made or really need to make a decision on that point right now. Now, obviously, we can't have 2 driveway accesses to a lot without permission from the planning board.
Right. So that's what I'm saying to you, is that I want to get clarity on what you're planning on doing with that. Whether it's all coming.
That'll all come in connection with the definitive plan.
Yeah.
No, I get it, but
just preliminary at this point.
no, I understand that, but I want to just make sure that somehow gets out there. Because I think we do have the ability to be able to just comment at this stage and give you some feedback on what we're looking at here.
Personally, I'm hoping that Don Allen sees the light here and and comes back to the table with you, because it would just be the best thing for everyone involved.
It's just,
Yeah, because they must
No-
have
no- no question.
six overhead garage doors that are gonna back up this. I don't know how they're gonna get a vehicle in and out, and I mean, yeah, it's really confusing.
It-
I
it-
know, I know. Frankly, Don Allen should have thought of a lot of that stuff in the past. I can't imagine.
Yeah, otherwise they're
the
coming
thought
back with 7
process
curb
that
cuts.
went-
Arthur, when was this,
Laying it out, I knew.
this was created in the 60s, right, Arthur? They knew this, they've known
The
about all along.
1960s, yeah.
Yeah.
Phil subdivided the property and sold lots at various times, and these 2 lots on each side were sold at different times to different parties in the mid 1960s.
Great. So I think we're looking for an endorsement of the preliminary plans, correct, Megan?
Just an approval, I'll draft up a letter. That's all it is. It's
Okay,
more of a formality.
okay. Barry,
So I do want to go back to the Brewster Road for a minute, because if one of those 3 lots were to access Brewster Road exclusively, you've reduced some of your roadway capacity that would be utilized from the 3 lots in total. So I feel like we're kind of glossing over that a little bit, and if we're giving them feedback about what we think here, I don't know what you all think about it. But that could influence me a little bit to know that of those 3 lots that they're proposing, one would use a different roadway system to get to do access for it. And that's why I wanted to get that out there.
I personally, I think that the access road that we're looking at here is more than substantial enough to service all of the lots. And I would hope if that's the case, then they would close off the entrance. But that's, I mean, again, I think that road is plenty wide enough and plenty big enough to accommodate all 3 lots.
you're talking about the new road through the
The new
dealership,
road, yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
the new road. So
Okay.
I'm not, yeah, so the Brewster Road access at that point becomes a little less meaningful, no?
If you-
I see what the,
If you're talking about traffic, that's being generated by 9 potential dwellings? I don't think so.
But
You know,
but the new road is more than adequate enough, and it was my opinion, I'd shut off the road behind and have everything accessed from the front if we approve it.
All right, and that's okay. I just wanted to be really clear about that. Thank you. Because again, there's no guarantees that Don Allen's gonna be, oh, okay, great, wonderful, we're all happy here.
They don't have to be, unfortunately.
That's right. That's correct.
That's the problem.
And we would like to have everybody be happy. And the only way that everybody is going to be at all happy, I think, would be with some cooperation. But I'm just hoping that our discussion tonight will be a part of the process of jumpstarting that cooperation. But in any event, it's what it is. And as I said, we're playing the hand we were dealt, and this is it.
Yep.
wow.
Megan?
No, I was just going to mention on that, for what it's worth, I did do a bit of research on the history, and the plan that divided these 2 lots was actually in 1965. But I wanted to see if there were any potential impacts to the Don Allen MCD that may need to be separately addressed. I mean, this is their land, they're allowed to use it in any which way that zoning allows for and that you approve in that context. But I couldn't find anything that is a conflict that kind of came up on my radar, with the exception of maybe filing some updated plans if they were to have access. They don't have any sort of ownership stake in this, what will become the roadway lot, but they do have rights to access it to travel to Quaker Road, and that dates back to deeds dating back to the 60s. So just to
Willie House.
clarify that point.
Joe, is your hand up for a question, or?
Well, jumping on Megan's comment right now, I mean, it says it's gonna be a 12-inch Cape Cod berm, so kind of doesn't seem like Donna will have access to it at all. So
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a spite berm. Sorry, but I'm just kind of curious. You're saying they're gonna have access, but they can't have access. So, or are they doing 7 or 6 curb cuts for each garage door? So I'm trying to help everyone, but it doesn't seem like, I don't know. We're really kind of in a box here.
Spike strips.
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's their lawyer, Arthur, if you don't mind me asking? They have to have an attorney.
Rhoda.
I mean, huh?
Rhoda.
And they have,
Rhoda is,
they
or
have
Rhoda-
in-house
Rhoda-
counsel working on it.
She knows all about
They have
Willie
in-house
House.
counsel out in Detroit working on it.
Oh, they better have
Rhoda's
somebody
their
over
local
here.
counsel.
I think we've gone as far as we can go here. Time to
This
move
is
on. So
wild.
again, Megan, what are you looking for us here?
I mean, if there's any explicit point regarding access that I can recommend, but you can't condition a preliminary plan, so I can bring up that it was discussed, and its consideration should be given to it, consideration to Don Allen should be given, when the final actual application is presented, but it's really just kind of a letter to recap what we discussed.
Urge them to reach out to Don Allen one more time, which I'm sure they're willing to do, just to, give them every opportunity to make a better choice, I think would be best.
Great.
So
I make a motion at this point that Arthur, do you have enough to work with? I'm sorry, through the chair to
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll make a motion at
Yes.
this point that we authorize staff to draft out a letter from the board regarding this preliminary plan.
Oh, second.
Great. Motion made by Barry, second by Nat. Barry, Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. as well. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you very much.
And Ryan.
Life is
Fuck,
always
Arthur.
interesting around here, isn't it?
Never gets boring.
I'm worried about a 1-bedroom second dwelling. Wow.
Speaking about not boring, on to public hearings. So Union Street's continued, Westmore's continued, Celtic Drive is continued, Mid Island LLC Acton offices has been continued, and Fair City LLC has been continued. Do we need to vote on their request now?
Real quick before you move on, I heard from Rick Bodette during the meeting, and he would like to continue Sandpiper Place 1 and 2 for the February meeting.
Okay. Perfect. All righty. So, Barry?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion at this point that we accept the continuances that we see here for now the 6 applications that are before us,
Yes.
the February meeting.
A second.
I'll second.
All right, made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Alrighty. Axkibo Nominee Trust at 9 Madaket Road.
We have
Sure.
39 West Maya comment first, sorry, I reordered a few
Where
things.
am I
I think you're looking at the prior version of the agenda.
killing me? All right,
Sorry.
that's all right. We're good. Alrighty.
39 West Maya Comet Road, and Whitney Gifford is here to present that one.
Okay. Whitney? You're muted, Whitney. Whitney?
There we go. How about that?
Perfect. Welcome.
I love technology. Good afternoon. We are here on behalf of the owners of 39 West Maya Comet, who have a two-story wood frame dwelling in the MMD, I'm sorry. They are seeking to do a minor deck expansion to existing deck on the north side of the property and to the south or towards the water side, taking again the existing deck and expanding it. In both instances, one is 175 square foot expansion, the other is 116, as well as a expansion of the second floor balcony deck over a new roof, which would go over what is now the existing deck. No new ground cover is proposed here. Nothing new will be covered. The expanded deck will go onto what is now existing lawn area. And we are on the safe side of endangered species line as well. This is a 1993 original construction. Again, is relatively in keeping size-wise, might actually be on the small size regarding the properties that abutted on either side, and the impacts, runoff, etc., will be going exactly where the existing deck runoff goes, which is basically under the lawn and garden. The only other minor point I'd like to make is staff comments references a shed and a pool, neither of which are part of this application.
Thank you. I'm sure that was.
Sorry, copy paste error. It should read deck expansion.
Yes, I really wasn't prepared to argue pools or sheds today.
Either are we. Whitney, and so all this expansion is going to happen over already disturbed
Correct.
property, correct? And there's no plans to expand landscaping or anything beyond what is already disturbed.
Correct. I mean, you're basically taking the existing decks and going out a little bit further over the lawn, but there's nothing else to throw in there.
Great. Any board members before we open it up to the public? Okay, I take a motion to open the public meeting.
We have Michael Angelostro and Emily Molden with their hands raised.
Have we opened the public meeting yet? You're muted, Barry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you
I think
don't need.
you can just open it. You don't
Okay,
need to
okay, all right,
Thank
there we go. Who, I can't see. Okay, Mike Angelostro, please. You're muted, Mike.
Here I am. Okay. I'm just checking to make sure I can get in for another discussion on the Quaker Street property. So I hate to interrupt, but I just wanted to make sure I can do that.
Okay, you are good.
Great. Thank you very much.
And then Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here with the Nantucket Land Council. I have a question that, well, it's somewhat relevant to the specific application, but it's not necessarily specific to the proposed deck and patio expansion, but it just had occurred to me in looking at the bylaws provisions under the Moorlands Management District that there's some discussion about the planning board's ability to condition limitations on landscaping. And I mean, certainly in this instance, the proposal is to put the expanded deck and patio over existing lawn area. But it occurred to me that I don't actually know whether future expansion of the lawn area is something that would come under the planning board's purview or need to be reviewed by the planning board. And I just wondered if the planning board would ever consider, in an instance where there's a request for expansion of the structural elements of a property in the Moorlands Management District, to condition that with some future limitations on expansion of lawn area or landscaping into the natural areas, just in case there's a desire to do so when obviously the increased footprint of decks and such starts to take up the lawn space itself. So I just wanted to pose that question to find out if it is even possible and if it's something that the planning board would consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Leslie, you have any insight on that? Or Megan?
I think Leslie stepped away for a second.
Okay.
It's my understanding that you're not to touch any of the undisturbed area without permission from the planning board or a part of that special permit. So that would include clearing of land, things of that nature. So expansion of the disturbed area would be prohibited, if I'm understanding your question correctly, Emily.
Emily, did that?
Oh, yes, that does actually help to address my question. So presumably then that would have to come before the planning board if that was going to take place in the future. It was just a thought because obviously as structures expand, there might be a desire to expand landscaping. So I just thought it would be something for the planning board to consider adding as a condition on proposals in this area for expansion of the structures to limit future expansion of landscaping. But thank you. That does answer my question, Megan.
Thank you. Board members. No. Could I close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat.
Aye, sorry.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Megan?
This is a special permit, so you get to activate an alternate for this one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Carl Borchert, you are on, my friend.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
What is the board's pleasure?
I'll make a motion to approve with the finding that the siting of the dwelling, decking, shed, patio, and proposed pool. Wait a minute, proposed pool. That's not on this.
No.
Sorry, can you strike
That's the-
that and just
that's
read
the-
deck
okay.
expansions?
To get just the conditions, the expansion of the deck shall be in substantial compliance with the proposed site plan. All the conditions of original decision shall remain in full force and effect. Sorry about that.
Haunting
Cool.
you, Whitney. Haunting you.
Emily came back to the meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All righty. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Great. Thank you, Whitney.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All righty. 9 Madaket Road. I'm on track.
Hmm.
We
I
have,
am bringing over Dan Malloy for this one.
hey, Dan, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, good. Anything changed or since we last?
So, yeah, I'll go through this. It'll be pretty quick. At the last board meeting, there was discussion over a few things to do with traffic, density, and stormwater. I think we had actually addressed the stormwater question already, but I'll just cover that again quick. So from a stormwater drainage standpoint, there was questions with the abutters, mostly to the on the Accomuck Road side behind us. to do with flooding of a property. So we did go out there. We looked at the property multiple times. We've reviewed the drainage several times. So what we have here, we've got a drainage system for the proposed road that accommodates all the runoff from the road. And we're proposing that each lot be required to install roof drain systems, which is pretty standard these days. And in addition, what'll happen, so what's happening right now on part of Accomuck, some of the rainfall runoff from Madaket Road ends up flowing down our driveway through our property, then out to Accomuck Way, where there's an abutter down grading from us where their house is low and apparently they get flooded. So as part of the roadway driveway reconstruction, we'll change the grade on our driveway so that all the water in Madaket Road stays in Madaket Road. Instead of our driveway being basically a river at the moment. So we're putting drainage in and we're removing some of the water at the same time that's coming down and causing problems for everybody else. Ed Pesci has reviewed this already. He has a couple of minor comments left to do with adding a couple of notes, nothing of any extraordinary concern. And the other questions, which really I think came from the abutters, not really the board. There was concerns with the abutters to do with the density, the number of buildings, potential traffic from everything. So we've gone through the project. I've talked to the applicants, the owners about it, and we're proposing to restrict one of the lots to no second dwellings. So have one lot that can be developed conventionally and one lot with only essentially really no second dwelling on it. We haven't determined which one, so would ask that we can provide that information. I guess similarly prior to the building permit, whichever way I'd like to condition it, that information is provided to the board at some future date once we determine how we want to develop the lots. I have provided the abutters with the same information. So I have not heard back. I don't know if there's any additional concerns, but that is where we left it. And I'm thinking that addresses everybody's concerns that I'm aware of.
Thank you. To the board. Thank you, Dan. Nobody really?
Well, I didn't put my little hand up, Dave, sorry.
That's all right.
Dan, no one's brought up that I remember in the previous hearings about the water coming in from Madaket Road. There is no little bump or berm or sort of raised apron there to prevent the water from coming down that little road. That hasn't come up. I don't remember anyone bringing that up. So that's an interesting point that hasn't been mentioned. That the water, that's a lot of water if it's running in it. But then again, it may not be that much. I mean, I wouldn't know what it looked like in the rain. So I don't want to project anything that I couldn't prove by seeing it. But at the same time, the water that hits that is all running down there. There's nothing for it to absorb into. So it probably does flood a little bit down at the bottom in that open lot. So that's a good pickup on you and Ed on that issue. As far as the restricted lot, I mean, obviously you have a lot that doesn't have anything on it. And you have a lot that has a dwelling, I guess we'll call it a dwelling, and a garage. So are those buildings aren't historic, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah, so essentially we're looking at two pieces of dirt, essentially. So it would be nice to have a little clarification, in my opinion, as to what lot would be restricted before we go. I mean, I would like to know. I think that the neighbors should know which one, personally. But the water is the big issue in running through and making sure we have, the correct structures or berms or whatever we have separating the properties. This is the last piece of land over there that hasn't been developed, you know, the last 35 years, 30 years. So, got to get it right, even though those houses are all, I consider them all new myself, but that's not how the neighbors think, but that's how I see it. But again, that's number one. I think that's the biggest issue, to make sure that the water is not going somewhere else, you know? So that's all I have, Mr. Chair, for now.
Thank you, Nat. Joe.
Yeah, I felt that one of the neighbors brought up about the flooding in the neighborhood, so that's why, you know, Dan's got it on the plan, which I think was smart, and also raising up that grade a little bit would be wise and very advantageous. And the house is 1950s. It's not really anything special, but it is going to be protected, I think, a little bit by Holly Backus when she sees this. But yeah, I don't think it's historic, but it does fall into their guidelines of historic house. So just want to be mindful of that one. And Stephen Welch can probably agree to that or disagree, help on that viewing. Yeah.
It had to do with the use, right? Or who was in it and what they were doing in it, maybe more than the house.
Gibbs's basket shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Loretta and Steve Gibbs's basket shop back there.
Any other board members have anything? Yeah, I you know, I've said a lot about this project, and my mind really hasn't changed that much. You know, I'm concerned about the trees that are in there. There's some nice, big, beautiful trees. Concerned about the grade, you know, it's 6 foot higher on each side, and what the impact will be on the neighbors. So I still struggle with this one. So, Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who you're going to activate, so I'll comment. I guess with respect to the restrictions on development, this is, I believe, R1, so accessory dwelling would still be viable if it's not restricted. And I think maybe a garage apartment through you, Mr. Chair. Meg, is that?
I think they can have a garage apartment, but not a tertiary.
Yeah, no tertiaries, no covenant lots.
Okay, so thank you. So the idea is just, you know, to what extent is it going to be limited? And I think R1 can have a duplex, right?
R1 can have a duplex, but it needs to be in singular ownership.
Okay. Okay, so just some thoughts on restrictions for development. And the reason being is it you know, obviously there's dirt there, but it is the kind of development pattern that's been established, I think, is what we want to try and maintain if it gets approved. And parking. Coming in and out of that little spot so close to the intersection, I think will be tough with multiple dwellings there. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else before we open this up? All right, let's open it up to the public, see what we got.
So we have Arthur Reed. Bring him over.
Yep, Arthur, welcome back.
Thank you very much. This is not a subdividable property, and this subdivision application should be denied. Under the rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land, for a minor street, the width of the layout of the road must be 40 feet. The minimum curb radius at the street intersection must be 15 feet. This property has its only access over a 20-foot wide corridor coming in from Madaket Road with no ability to provide a turning radius because the owner does not own the land on either side as it abuts Madaket Road. Accordingly, as I said, this subdivision should be denied since it cannot be approved under the rules and regulations which you have adopted for the subdivision of land. And specifically with regard to the question of this being a minor roadway and hence being done as under the rural road alternative. That doesn't apply either, because under the rural road alternative, it is expressly provided in the bylaw on page 29 of the rules and regulations under item 3, standards applying to rural roads. Reductions in the width of this traveled way may be permitted, but in no case shall this way be less than 12 feet in width. A standard 40-foot wide layout shall be maintained throughout. Now, there's a big difference between allowing, in some cases, the minimum standards to be waived where it's possible to subdivide the property in accordance with those. Basically, that you could produce a proof plan that would show how property could be subdivided in accordance with all applicable rules and regulations. And then under the particular circumstances of the matter, those can be waived and set aside. That's a completely different situation from one here where you have an unsubdividable property that is being attempted to be bootstrapped into being a subdivision on the basis of a roadway that is completely inconsistent with the requirements and regulations that you've adopted. That's it. We obviously have concerns. I represent the owner of the property at 7 Madaket Road, Patrick McAvoy, who I'm speaking for tonight. And there are various aspects of this proposal that we don't like, but the bottom line is this is not an approvable subdivision and it should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Do we have anyone else in the public?
Yes, we have Emily Molden.
All righty. Hi, Em, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden again with the Nantucket Land Council. I can keep my comments pretty brief. I would fully echo Arthur's concerns that I recognize from a lot area perspective, there's enough square footage to create a subdivision here, but this property absolutely does not meet the requirements for the roadway, and the number of waivers from the reduced radius at the cul-de-sac and the roadway layout that were discussed. I have to agree, this is not a subdividable lot. I would certainly like to recognize the offering to reduce the density on these lots if it were to be permitted. I think going back to what Mr. Welch commented as well, if a permit were issued for this, I think that both lots should be restricted and there should only be allowable density comparable to what would be allowed with this as a single lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Anybody else? Dan, where do we sit on waivers now?
We have some waivers in here. So the waivers are to do with the width of the right of way, the size of the turning circle at the ends. Some of the waivers we've removed. We originally had asked for waivers on stormwater. We've taken all those out, obviously. So everything, essentially the waivers we're asking for and the subdivision that's laid out before you is very consistent with what the board has approved. I'm willing to say quite numerous times, and I've done a lot of the other ones across the island in many different locations. So we're certainly not asking in proposing something which isn't fairly consistent with prior approvals. And we wouldn't come in if we thought this was a first time and never been done before. This is something that the board has approved quite regularly for something so small. In terms of the restrictions, some of the other comments that were made in terms of duplexes and other allowed uses, I think it would be pretty easy for us to write off immediately, say, certainly offer restrictions. There's no duplexes here. That's not our intention. This is single family residential. That's the intent here. The majority of the other type of residential uses, I think restricting those, I don't see that as an issue. We're talking single family house and a second dwelling on one lot, single family house and a garage on the other lot, or a cabana or whatever the other building is. But we're offering to restrict no second dwellings on one of the lots. And we could certainly narrow it to what any other building can or can't contain in terms of any type of residential use. I mean, I would prefer to leave it open as to which lot would have that restriction on it, but if we really work for everybody off the bat, I would say would restrict to lot 2, which is the existing house lot. If that's something we want to work with. And if for some reason we have some future need to change that, we can always come back and ask for an amendment of the approval. In terms of really, I'm not sure what else I can offer the board. I mean, we have existing drainage problems here that we're trying to fix. Like I said, we're reducing density, we're doing large lot sizes. And the density we're looking to do is consistent with the neighborhoods, consistent with all the abutting lots. Even putting a restriction on one of these lots is actually restricting us to a lesser density than some of the other abutting lots that are even smaller have on them. So I don't know that we're really over densifying the neighborhood. And it's certainly just looking at all the abutting lots, what's developed all across the board. I don't see this as some, massive subdivision in the neighborhood here.
Yeah, I mean, so you figure around 3,000 square foot is the ground cover available on each of those 2 lots, Dan?
That's right.
And so, I mean, is it really a big difference if we say you have it in 1 building or in 2 buildings? It's still going to be a lot on the lot. And again, Dan, I know that's not that's the way the zoning is. So I just, yeah, I'm having a hard time getting comfortable with it. And that's me personally. Any other board member?
Just one more thing, Mr. Chair, to back on to this, what can happen here sort of thinking. So if this lot was built as is, over 10,000 square feet in R1, that's 30% ground cover on that lot, how big they could build a primary, secondary, they could build a really big house and still get the 20% scale of difference for a second dwelling, which would be essentially 2 enormous houses. Could have happened, and a pool.
6,000 square feet.
So my point, I'm not trying to make just saying that the density and the amount of traffic or potential traffic or whatever is still going to be the same amount with just HDC approval, without even coming here. So I hate these kind of things. These are the things that we run into every so often, that it's because it's here, because it's requires these approvals, makes it look like something that can't happen unless we say yes. But it can happen a different way with one owner and a lot of building. So I just want everyone to think about that while we deliberate this application.
Anyone else? What are you guys thinking here?
Now let's see how this flies. How about a motion to close the public hearing?
I have one
Oh,
more
sorry.
person who just logged on.
Okay,
Patrick McAvoy.
Yep,
Sorry.
let me retract that.
Hey, Patrick, welcome.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate everybody's time. I know a lot of thought and time and deliberation has gone into this. Obviously, my position and that of my neighbors is coming from a place of having to watch what we believe to be undividable lot be subdivided and watch construction potentially happen for 2, 3, or 4 years behind us. in a situation where I continue to feel like the owners have not made the right outreach to us. We did hear from Dan last week about that they were willing to offer one of the lots to only have one building, but we also know that that means they can build a pool house and pools on each of those properties. There's limited frontage here. Nobody has to deal with this more than me. That is not an argument that can be made. Not the Browns, not anybody else. I'm going to have 2 potential houses that could have 8 people in each house going to and from in a driveway that is 20 feet wide next to me. I have 3 little kids. We live here full time. We're extremely invested in this community. We're extremely invested in the schools and the safety of the kids. Madaket Road is an absolute unmitigated disaster as far as traffic goes. There's going to be a problem on that bike path. This will lead to more traffic of people pulling out of a blind driveway, trying to go left into town, where people come from out of town driving 45 miles an hour in a 25. The police chief has refused to do anything about the speeding, and this is going to create more of a problem. There's no way for people to inch out. It's going to be a full-on 90-degree left turn. I talked to my brother, who's a firefighter. He told me there's no way a fire ambulance can get down there that fast. So if you guys saw one down there, I think Andy said he saw one. Oh, sorry, Nat said he saw one down there. I don't disagree. One can get down there, but it probably means plowing through our hedges to get down there quickly if there's a fire. And the density of it scares me to death. The traffic of it, the construction of, 4 or 5 properties back there scares me to death. And I think the right thing to do is for these people to have their big house. They bought an oversized lot. They should be able to build a big house. I can't say anything about that. But to subdivide it into 2, again, to Arthur's points, the points we've made before, I think it's just, it's against the rules. And I think it should be kept as a single lot. So I appreciate everybody's time. I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, now I'm not seeing any more hands raised. But Dave, you're muted.
Thank you, Patrick. So, Barry, you want to continue down that?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any more deliberation by this board.
Well, we're going to close the public hearing.
So I think unless someone raises their hand right this minute, the prudent thing to do is it's time to start moving ahead.
I agree.
So I'd make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Oh, God. A second.
All right. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat.
And I'm sorry, you may want to activate an alternate at this point, I believe, for this. No?
No.
I'm
It's an
sorry.
AR subdivision. Sorry. So
Sorry,
it's
no, you're right. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. So, yeah. Yes, close the public hearing.
Barry.
Yes.
Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And myself. So unanimous. All right, the board's pleasure. You're going to step up here.
All right. Let's see where this goes. All right, I'm going to make a motion at this point is that that we approve the application as submitted with the findings that we've come up with and identified through the process.
With the lot that has construction is the lot with the, what did we say, Dan? That's the lot that's going to have 2, correct? Or not?
So we were offering lot 2, the existing house lot, did not have any second dwelling.
Okay, that one was the restricted lot. Okay.
Correct.
So that would be condition number 7, Megan, I believe.
I think not condition 9.
9?
right?
Okay.
'Cause we have,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
no, that's
sorry. I
okay. We
see.
have, we have 6, and then in November, we added
Yeah.
2 more, so then this would be the
Right.
9th.
Got it. Missed that. Got it. Very good. Sorry. And before I want to just add one more point about the water. What can we do to strengthen the water issue in the conditions? With Ed Pesci's reviews, is there enough in Ed Pesci's review for that? To put a condition number 10 for the water, component of this whole thing to be, have a lot of scrutiny on how this is going to be handled.
Mhm.
I think that's really important, especially during construction, and making sure that there is not a disturbance enough to where it creates flooding during construction. That's something we can do, Leslie, Megan, not who's on, but I'm just asking. I know that Ed's got his review, but I'm just saying to make sure that that is a really strong condition as far as like what happened up at, for example, of an old farm road. I know that's not going to happen here. It's a completely different type of thing, but that was a problem for us. And of course, what just happened at Old South, that's another whole story. But I'm just saying this can be done in a way that water doesn't act any differently than it does right now. They do it right. So that's I don't know how to get that condition in writing, but I think we need to find a way to do it. And that would be it for me.
Sharon, if I could just offer on that one, just to help a little bit.
Please.
So Ed Pesci will be involved. Obviously, he'll review the plans again before they're endorsed. He'll also be very involved in the construction of the road. And the board, not every project, but once in a while, the planning board will add a condition requiring site meetings, pre-construction meetings, and the like. So I think that can be pretty easily done.
Good. And, that's what I was sort of looking for, Dan, is some kind of a site review every so often. Some, I don't want to say coordinated review because that's more of a town itself, VPW type stuff, water. This isn't really about that. This is more about the project, in this little box. A lot of work's going to be going on in an area by itself.
That won't be a problem. That'll be out there during the road construction the whole time, reviewing all different stages of it.
Okay.
All right. So
that was my second, I believe.
That a second. All righty.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I mean, I can't remember how I said that at the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure we got those conditions in as far as the building lot and the drainage work. And I'm not drainage, but the overall water and the overall containment of this site. That's the word I'm looking for, containment.
All righty. So motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat with some add-ons. Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm a no. So that's 3-1 or 2-1, 3-1.
Thank you.
Yep. All righty. On to 98 Old South Road.
Give me just a moment. I will be bringing over Rick and Jeff.
Hey, Rick,
You guys?
Jeff. Would you like to introduce us to this, Rick?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodette for the applicant Nantucket Island Resorts. The property is at 98 Old South Road, and it's owned by Jeff Smith. I believe he's on as well. It's located in the C-Tech district. It's about 1.2 acres and complies in all respects with the bylaw with respect to intensity regulations. We are here tonight seeking a special permit. The applicant is seeking to lease a portion of this property from Jeff to convert the structure on the property to neighborhood employee housing for up to 18 employees with 18 bedrooms. You probably will all remember a little over a year ago, we were before you, same applicant, different owner for the property right next door, 96 Old South Road. That was a very similar application, but it was 18 employees in 9 bedrooms. That was leased last summer by NIR, and so far as I know, it all went off without a hitch. They were able to house a number of employees for their the jobs that they provide here. You will see a plan that shows parking spaces for 13 parking spaces. A requirement interpreted in the bylaw is that we need 1 per bedroom. Typically, that's what we were provided next door. This would require us to provide 18 spaces. We were not planning to lease enough space to provide full 18. So you do have before you a waiver request for 5 parking spaces. And so that's based on, you can see it there. Yeah, that's based on, our prior experience, particularly for employees, typically do not have cars. In our experience last summer with the 9 parking spaces we had, I think the most we saw there were 3 or 4 cars in the 9. So that's the impetus for asking for those waivers. I did speak with Jeff Smith. I know that I think there was a letter from a neighbor. There are some neighbors that are concerned about parking on site. And if the board is similarly concerned about that, Jeff said he would lease enough space to us to provide the full 18. Again, we don't think we need it. We have to provide bus passes for everyone. We have to provide bike racks. And again, it's just the nature of who we employ. They typically don't bring cars to the island. So, but again, if that's a concern of the board, then of course it sounds like we can provide those. Obviously we'll comply with our housing management plan as we always do. This request will again provide us with some much needed housing for our employees. I think they've done a really good job over the last couple of years of finding housing for their employees, and it's really necessary to provide services on the island. So I just also wanted to mention that we will connect this properties on septic, and as part of the process, we will connect it to sewer. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Great, thanks, Rick. Board? Any questions? No. So 18 bedrooms, Rick, right? 18 parking spaces, or 15?
13 is what we showed you. We're asking for 5, waiver of 5. But you're right, we are required, we think, under the bylaw. It's not specific to there's nothing specific to neighborhood employee housing. Closest thing is a dormitory.
Yeah.
And that requires 1 per bedroom.
Yeah, no. And I appreciate your management plan, right? Was in here.
Yep.
And I have great faith in NIR's ability to manage these properties. My real concern here is I guess parking, but I do get it that a lot of these employees won't have cars. I'm just concerned that basically this probably triples the amount of people that live in that neighborhood, accessed by a small road with lots of neighbors. So I'm not against this. I just would really like you or Jeff or whoever's managing this property to make sure that people aren't parking out in the street.
Yeah.
And that it's well contained inside that property.
That's a good point. Yeah. And I think, you can see, it's all supposed to be contained within the site. And the other thing to mention that I talked to NIR about this, and the employees who live there, are very, very happy and understand how lucky they are to have this housing. And so they typically do what the manager on site tells them to do, because they don't want to lose their housing. And that, it's sort of it's a bit of a self-policing model. It's too bad that Nantucket doesn't have enough housing, but in this instance, it keeps people in check for sure. So
it does. Anybody else before we get to public hearing on this? Nat?
Just one quick thing, Rick. You guys, yes, I agree with what Dave said. Management, and you guys do a great job, and you have a lot of different places that people may or may not realize. But do you guys ever move people around yourselves? You got a lot of vans. I'm just curious if there's some component there with that. I've never really thought about it, but
yeah, I haven't.
Obviously, somebody working here that's going out to the Wallwinnet is like, like maybe it's hop a ride or something. I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's a good question, actually. I don't know, and I've never thought of it myself, but obviously, it's a really good question. And I think it's probably something that as people get hired, they kind of figure it out, right?
Right. Exactly.
I just thinking of myself, I would probably, if I had a chance to grab a ride out to the Wallwinnet, and there's 3 people working here that work at the Wallwinnet, I'd rather go with them if possible, rather than taking the bus into town and back out,
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is, we've always, been around long enough now with this whole bus pass stuff, when it all started, when NERDA started, and now NIR has buses. You've got a lot of vans, and I'm sure that between your different manager people, they have a system for where the people are living versus where they're working. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I don't know. It just crossed my mind, and I just figured I'd bring it up, not asking for any kind of condition or anything. I think it does self-regulate. It really is about the manager and the person paying attention to what's happening on the property. But like Dave said, you got to keep the parking in tight, because that's where we get blamed for things. You know what I mean? Like, so I really appreciate that, especially with the 5 spaces. Thank you.
All right. Any other board members before we go to the public? All right. We have anyone, Megan?
Yes, we have Jen Iller. And then Paula McQuaid.
Hi, Jen. Welcome.
Hi, Dave. Thank you. I want to thank everybody for your time. For those of you who don't know me, I am in a butter to the property, 98 Old South Road, but I also served on school committee. So I very much appreciate your time and your energy spent on this planning board, because I understand how important it is. And one of my primary passions on school committee was safety and security. So I'm going to just talk about, I have questions, I have concerns and conditions to bring about tonight, but mostly safety. I mean, because Dave, you are absolutely correct. Cardinal Court is a substandard road. I mean, it's a narrow road developed for low volume traverse and density. So adding, as Rick mentioned, 96 was previously approved for 18 employees, and now adding another 18 employees to 98 is huge. It's substantial to, to that neighborhood. And it's concerning on many levels. One situation that we're dealing with now is there is an illegal, I will say an illegal curb cut or a homemade, egress onto Pinecrest Road. So now people are accessing Cardinal Court through Pinecrest Drive. So last summer, the big issue was between my husband and I, we nearly hit an employee, one, two, or three different employees 3 times coming out of Cardinal Way, flying out on a bike right onto Pinecrest. So the problem we're seeing is not only that we have this illegal opening right now onto Pinecrest Drive that everybody's accessing, we're seeing a huge additional, traffic and safety concern. So we're really, my husband and I are really concerned with that. I looked today at the bylaws. I was trying to figure out and decipher the difference between employer dormitory and neighborhood employee housing, because we are in support of employee housing. We understand the need. I mean, I'm from Nantucket. I'm very well versed in the needs of housing. So we appreciate, what Jeff is doing and would love to work with Jeff and NIR, but having an additional 18 people added to 96 is concerning. And when I looked at the bylaws, it sounded to me, I couldn't tell the difference really between employer dormitory and neighborhood employee housing. It just sounds a little softer. But it says that, CTEC is not even mentioned as an option for a zoning for the neighborhood employee housing. It's listed as R1, ROH, R5, R10, R20, and R40. CTEC is not even listed there as an option for neighborhood employee housing. And also it mentions that no more than 2 lots containing employee housing or employer dormitory within 1,000-foot radius is possible. So that precludes any other property owner from offering employee housing in the future. I'm not sure about that, and I wanted to bring that up as a mention. But definitely Cardinal Court it's a very narrow road. It's improper width for 2-way traffic. So I have concerns about any sort of emergency access. In talking with the Department of Health, I know that they have not been contacted or notified that 96 is employee housing. So they're supposed to be taking out an annual permit, and it's supposed to be inspected annually, and that's not happening currently, as far as I know. There are a lot of concerns. I would love more information because the plan doesn't really demonstrate the increased traffic on Cardinal Way. And it doesn't, we all know the issues that we have, especially in the summer with Old South Road traffic. But it doesn't show any sort of, traffic surveys or evaluations, or even demonstrate the proper entrance of how these employees should be entering and exiting Cardinal Way, which should not be through Pinecrest Drive, and accessing it through Old South, and how it intersects the bike path and sight lines. I think there's a lot to think about. You're adding a lot of density to a really small area, and it's very concerning to us. And I would really like to request a traffic evaluation for Cardinal Way for safety purposes. And I would love to see a lighting plan. I mean, we abut the property, and I would love to see, what the lighting proposals are going to be. And potentially, there's currently some evergreen screening, but The lights actually will go into our bedroom as people pull in from work. So I would like, a more solid fencing to block that lighting if possible, and consider a reduction in the number of bedrooms. Just think an additional 18 people to the 18 that was already approved for 96 is too much for Cardinal Court. So thank you. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jen.
Paula McQuaid.
Hi there. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I just want to reinforce everything that Jen just said. And I also wanted to thank Leslie and Megan for meeting with us in December. And it's this easement that is off of Pinecrest onto Cardinal Court. I think this really needs to be looked at for closing. So the traffic won't have a throughway on this very narrow road. And I also wanted to just mention, like, could a fire truck even get down that road if there was a car parked on the side? It's definitely a concern. So I guess I will just stand by everything that Jen just said, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Paula. Anyone else, Megan?
I see Jen has her hand up again. I don't know if it's for something new. Hold on.
Sorry, one more mention, if I may. We would like to argue the parking waiver as well, because there is absolutely no possible way we could have all of, if they do, or if you do approve 18 employees, which we really hopefully, you won't because of safety issues on this street. Everybody, there needs to be a designated parking spot for 18 people if that's the case. But we really do implore you to reduce that number for the size of the road and the neighborhood. So thank you again.
Thanks, Jen. Megan, do you want to address any of the concerns they had about the 1,000 feet, about?
Yeah, so I can, and I mean, things such as screening and stuff like that, that's absolutely appropriate to include with any sort of condition. But in terms of what zoning district or districts, that neighborhood employee housing that this is allowed, I think maybe there was a misinterpretation of the bylaw. What it says is those, it's residential zoning districts. Let me pull it up so I have the exact language verbatim. It's when it's located in these districts, not that it's only allowed in these districts, that there shall be no more than 2 lots within a 1,000-foot radius. This is not located within one of these districts, so the 1,000-foot radius rule therefore does not apply.
And Megan, for my clarity, are these cut throughs from Pinecrest? Are these legal?
Maybe Rick can answer this. This area in general, this land court plan has tons of encumbrances. I could not find an easement. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but Rick, maybe you have more info on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Megan, through you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I mean, I think Jen brings up some good questions and good issues. Screening obviously is not a problem. I mean, we would expect the conditions on screening. It's in our lighting plan that our management plan, that any lights have to be face downwards. And obviously, you all know that if that doesn't happen, you can drag us back before you, obviously. With respect to I did want to say a couple of things with respect to the 1,000 feet, because I cannot tell you how many properties NIR has called me about And every single time, and you know, the beauty of NIR from my perspective, and I think which is good for Nantucket, is they're the only ones that do it right. Okay. Everybody buys houses and they stick their employees in there. And if it's solely used for employees, they're supposed to come to you guys first. And NIR, it's probably not fair. I think Stop and Shop does it too, but NIR is really the only client I have that comes to you guys. And when I tell them, look, it's, you know, I'm looking at a property that I know has employees in it and it's within 1,000 feet of what you're looking at, they let it go and they move on. And the beauty of this particular property is because it's in CTEC and it doesn't require that 1,000 feet. So, you know, I think the fact, I know it's close, obviously it's right next door to another one. But that's, you know, that's sort of the beauty of it. And I think they should be applauded for doing things right, to be honest. With respect to those easements, let me see. I'm really not good at this, but I'm going to try to share my screen maybe, if that's okay. No, I'm failing, sorry. Let me just see here. I don't see the share screen button, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's at the
All right,
bottom middle, it's green.
I got it, yep. Thanks, Megan. Everybody see this?
Yes.
Okay. This is it right here. All right. 529 is the property we're talking about. You can see these easements in here. Each of these lots has the right to use this common drive all the way up and down. And that's in the Declaration of Restrictions and Easements. In addition, Jeff's lot has this spur easement here. He can also access that way. He doesn't. I don't know, you know, I didn't really know it was cut through here. I think that's probably what Jen is talking about. But it's, you know, this has been in place since 1992. I'm sure it probably wasn't used. I've been in there a long time ago and didn't know it was cut through, but it is paved in there. Purpose of these easements is to get to these lots because all of these lots down here are not allowed to be accessed from Old South Road for good reason. Obviously, you don't want a bunch of curb cuts. So that was the reason why the developer put that in place. So those easements do exist. I don't really know anything about an illegal cut through, but you know, I'm sure it exists. I don't doubt what Jen is saying. So anyway, you know, those easements exist, and you know, as I said, I mean, you know, you know, kind of the beauty of what we're trying to do. I know 18 bedrooms sounds like a lot, but you know, I kind of envision that being, you know, a little more of management, you know, who aren't going to share a room with someone, you know. So probably chances are maybe a little more responsible than the next guy. So anyway, I think that was all the questions. I don't know what's going on with the Board of Health, but I can certainly commit to all of you to look into it. I wasn't aware that was happening.
Jeff?
Yes, Jeff Smith, the owner of 98 Old South Road. Just wanted to kind of give you a little background on 98 Old South Road. When I bought it about 9 years ago, it was a Pilates studio, and the woman that had the Pilates studio had group classes. So we had, you know, multiple classes that had 9 or 12 cars going in, you know, hour after hour, anywhere from 30 or 40 trips a day. So right now, kind of what we're proposing is, or what NIR is proposing is exactly what happened over at 96 Old South Road. If I was coming to this board last year, it would be complete speculation on the amount of trips. I live next door. I work here every day. Well, not every day, but pretty close. And what I saw at 96 Old South Road were at most 3 cars. Everybody else has bikes and bus passes. It's just the nature of the employee. Just everybody doesn't have a car. NIR vans were not seen once for staff. I think the staff, I'm not speaking for NIR, but the staff has to get to their jobs on their own. They don't provide the buses. I didn't see a bus one time at 96 Old South Road. Speaking to Jen and Paula, I'm completely okay with all of 98 Old South Road, shutting it off so they aren't able to access Pinecrest. They can absolutely go around the dog leg over to Old South Road, which is how we go anyway. That's all paved. And the cut through that they're talking about to Pinecrest is not paved. So I think it's completely fine to have a condition saying no access to Pinecrest from 98 Old South Road is fine. I think it's better because it's not paved. There's a section, probably about 50, no, probably a little bit more, about 100 feet from Pinecrest to the paved section that's just dirt right now. So I don't want to create more of a mess on Pinecrest. So having them access Old South is just fine. I have reviewed over the last 3 years so many different tenants: dog kennel, a stonemason, 2 daycares, another hotel group, Blue Flag, which is my brother-in-law. And what I know about NIRs is a known quantity. I live next door, and I wouldn't believe it if I didn't live next door in the summertime. I wasn't disturbed one time by anybody. I barely see anybody because they're all working all the time. What else can I say? Parking, we've got 19 spots currently right now on site. And I just, they're not going to take them all. After 28 triggers the MCD, so we've created 19 spots that are gravel. I've got Leyland cypress hedges all the way around the property at about 12 feet. So everything's contained. There will be 0 parking exterior to the property just because there's no need and there's ample parking. Even if NIR gets a waiver, there's plenty of extra. It's just one big parking lot. So any other things that I missed?
I think so.
Nope.
Oh, you're good, I think. Board members, anyone else, Megan, out there?
Jen has her hand up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Jeff, thank you for coming on and speaking to that. And I appreciate that you acknowledge the access onto Pinecrest, and we would appreciate that condition for 96 and 98 because it currently is not a safe intersection for anyone coming and going with sight lines, visibility, and it does pose a dangerous situation. So we would ask that plantings be restored to block that off, and that anyone walking, biking, driving leaves and enters 96 and 98 through the Old South entrance, even to access the bus. And one other mention, I will say, is last summer we did deal with a lot of litter from people, and you can see the litter stops after the rentals because the homeowners aren't throwing things out of their car windows. So besides the safety issue, there was a litter issue, which will hopefully be resolved if people are not accessing the bus or, coming onto Pinecrest Drive, because we do have a homeowners association and we take pride in our neighborhood. I'm born and raised on Nantucket and so happy to be able to have my family here and have a home here on the island. And we want a nice neighborhood. And so is it daunting to know that there are going to be two dormitories or neighborhood employee housing for 18 employees in 2 houses behind us? A little bit, and especially after noticing the increase in litter and the safety concerns. So thank you, Jeff, and I would appreciate the conditions of the screening and definitely accommodating the fact that we need to return the plantings so people are not accessing Pinecrest Drive to get to 96 and 98 Old South Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I think the ship has sailed on 96. I think we've already issued a permit on that one.
Mr. Chairman, I can address that though. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I know that we can't do anything because it's not an open hearing, but certainly something that I can talk to my clients about and make sure everybody on the property knows to go out the other way that Jen is talking about. I mean, until this hearing, I didn't know anybody went out the other way anyway. So we're happy to accommodate that for sure.
Great. I think that's very respectful and very good, Rick. We appreciate that.
Can I just add one thing to this though? And I see Jeff's got his hand up, unless it's still up from before, but okay, Rick, that was a nice concession, but closing it off is a different type of situation because there could need to be an emergency reason to go that way. And I haven't driven through there before. I've driven down this little easement driveway many times, but I haven't actually cut through myself, so I can't picture it. But I don't know if closing it off is the right thing, but I definitely think it's a good concession on NIR's part to, request their tenants to access the other direction voluntarily, however you want to word it. This sounds like North Mill Street a little bit. We have to, how far do you go with this? So that's all I'm thinking. You don't want to make a sort of a dead end unnecessarily to create a worse problem in case of an emergency of some kind. That's all I was thinking. Thank you though, for Rick, for that.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern in closing it off would be, are we allowed to? And I don't know that we are if people have easements. I don't know.
Okay.
I guess
exactly.
It's obviously that's a very easy solution to solve Jen's problem. I just don't know if certainly we can do that. I mean, I guess we
could insert it in the management plan though, and let the tenants be aware. I think.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, of course.
At the very least. Jeff, is your hand up? Do you have something to say, or is it just a floating hand?
Yep. I just had one question. I think it's super easy to discourage traffic to go that way. It's a really bumpy and muddy road for that certain section, and we can make it bumpier and muddier, so that, or put a berm in, or put a small amount of plantings. It's super easy to be able to not access that. I know for emergency purposes it might need to be used. That being said, very easy to train everybody to go the other way, because that way's paved and it's the path of least resistance. So I think people naturally will go that way if the cut through is a little bit rougher and discouraging to travel. Secondly, 96 Old South Road, I just want to say it has been a damn good neighbor for me because they're not here but 6 months and everybody's working all the time. So I just want, everybody in the neighborhood to try to talk to everybody. Everybody's a little bit worried or a lot worried about what's happening here. But I'd like to have everybody really try to remember back over the last year and think about any noise or anything from 96. Most people had no idea that there was a dormitory there because it's literally vacant. Everybody's at work. So just really like everybody to really think about that. We've got a 6-month tenant that's not there and really causing very much traffic at all. It sure is a hell of a lot less impact than the last tenant, the Pilates tenant that we had. A hell of a lot less traffic.
Mhm. Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Great. We're all set with the public right now, Megan. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a second, Joe?
Yeah.
All righty. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thanks, everyone.
Pleasure of the board. If we're going to vote on this, I need to appoint somebody. Abby D. Molina is up to bat. Keeping Steven for the special ones.
Thank you, I guess.
I guess.
Joe, I'm sorry, you have your hand up?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if it makes sense to have the fire department weigh in this, have them check this. The other thing I'm a little concerned about, and I should have spoken up a little bit sooner, is that if NAR ever sells this and they don't have enough parking, say someone doesn't change the use or more people need cars, it's the only thing is the parking. So that's where I'm a little constricted on that.
NAR doesn't own it.
Well, I mean, but I'm just saying, yeah,
Right.
but I'm just saying the parking, we have 18 beds, but we're only 15 parking. That just kind of gives me a little bit of pause. So that's what happens if it does sell, if there is some change or whatever. So I just think that should be addressed prior to this.
Okay. Steven?
Hey, Mr. Chair, I realize that you've outdated Abby. I should have spoke up earlier. I do have some comments. I don't know if you'll entertain them.
I will.
Okay. And not to be the skunk at the party, but taking Jeff's comments at face value, his experience next door, it just seems to me that this is kind of this application warrants some special conditions, not punitive, but given the fact that it is immediately next door to another property. I think a little bit of give and take falls under the umbrella of a little give and take, and come back in a year or two under your belt. As things need to be loosened up, it can always be done under the special permit. The particular areas I would suggest be looked at are overnight guests in the house. If you've got 18 people and you get out of work and everybody has a guest, you got 36 people times the same thing happened next door, 72 people or more. I think that the idea with the second one coming online is that, and subject to based on the testimony we've heard tonight, it shouldn't be an issue, is closing down guests at 9 p.m. and, none before 7 a.m. We've all been to the Chicken Box or the Muse, or most of us have. They close at 1. You stick around for half an hour. Here, that'd be 11:30 at night. So given there are, it is residential areas around, I think that's important. I wouldn't, I'm not going to suggest anything above and beyond the noise bylaw. I mean, just to show you that I'm being fair, I consider noise anything I can hear in my house from your property. And frankly, I think it should be disallowed. I think if 9 PM or tightening that up a little bit is good. The other part would be the idea of, let me see here, I made a couple quick notes. The screening, and then the other thing is having a place for people to be outdoors to kind of congregate. A lot of people in restaurant and hotels smoke, hang out outside a little bit. I think it doesn't necessarily need to be a condition of an approval, but I'd ask the applicants to consider like a 3-sided shed that faces back towards the structure, someplace where people can congregate, and they're not going to be outdoors at night. We have these crystal clear nights where you can hear things from 100 yards away. So that might be helpful. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. All good points. Rick, you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of those. So, as I said, I mean, I leave it up to the board on the parking. We're happy to do either, just to address, Joe's comment and some of Stephen's comments. I mean, we already have it in our management plan, no overnight guests, 11 PM to 6 AM. If the board thinks we need to tighten that up, we had the same thing next door with 18 people, but happy for any condition if you want to tighten that up. I think 9 might be a little early, to be honest, but that's fair enough. Stephen mentioned coming back in a year or two. I mean, we're happy to do that. Or what I was going to suggest when Joe was speaking is one of the things we've done in the past, or you guys have done in the past, is you can make it unique to the applicant. And then if we leave and Jeff wants some other employer to go in there, then that other employer has to come in and say hello to you and introduce themselves. So that's another thing you guys have done in the past that might help. So we're happy to do any of those things.
Thank you. Barry.
Thank you. Just a few quick things. Those 5 spaces that we're talking about, you said there was through you to Mr. Rodet, you said there was a possibility about being able to open those.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible to craft into the decision that space is available and can be triggered by requirements from the planning board in the future? So it's there. We're not gonna pull the trigger on it right now, but as the future rolls along, it's good to, we'll have assurances that if we need to, we can open that up without a lot of legalese having to happen in between.
Right.
So is there a way to do that?
Yeah, I think we would, obviously you can put it in your decision, number one, but it would require us to make sure that's available in the lease we have with Jeff, which is not finalized yet. And Jeff has, committed those spaces to us. So I think that's, a good compromise and something that would make some sense. Sure.
Yeah, just in case. In case. So the other thing that comes up is there legal access to Pinecrest from that roadway?
Appears that way.
Yeah, there's actually, up until, it sounds like from what Jen said recently, there only is legal access, but it wasn't really used. And the only time I've been there, I've just used that, the east side coming in, which is where I think everybody wants the traffic to stay.
Yeah, now I get that. I really do get that. But if there is legal access, okay, so, I gotta call my planning board members a little bit, because what are we all about? Interconnectedness of roadways. And here we are actually not interconnecting a roadway system, because it's all, bear with me. Bear with me.
Why it's not getting blocked.
It's all about moving traffic. Now, when I start hearing things will worsen the roadway, that scares me. Now, I think through you to Mr. Bodett as well, you said you need to check on the legal access for the rest of those lots to be able to pass and repass through both roadway systems. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
No, I think they all have the right to use it, based on everything I've looked at. I guess what I was saying is if we were going to shut it down, I'd need all of their permission to do so. So
Right, okay.
in other words, I guess what I was saying is, I know some people might want to shut it down, but I guess I can't offer that because I don't have control over it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, I just want to be a little clear here because, again, it's one thing to say to people, please try to use this, but I don't want to lose that ability in the future that if we need to be able to use Pinecrest, I don't want that off the table. That to me would be, against kind of what we're dealing with our basic rules and regulations. So I don't want that to get lost somehow, that ability will be there in the future. Again, we'll try to be sensitive toward it and not tap into it. But I don't want it removed off the table because that to me would be not a good responsible way for this planning board to be acting in terms of roadway systems. So hopefully I'm making myself clear, and somehow between Megan and Leslie that enters into the decision so that we're able to still maintain that into the future. I don't see them saying anything, but that's okay.
And Mr. Chairman, that's why I wanted to, offer what I do have control over, which is, hopefully the employees and conditions in the decision.
Right.
I think I suggested adding it to the management plan to let the employees know that that was not the way they should enter or leave the property.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeff, do you have something else?
Yeah, just a quick one while it's topical. I wonder if there's any utility in preserving that use, but perhaps just restricting it slightly by making it a one-way. I don't really know the layout of that area, but it just occurred to me when Barry was talking, is if it can be of utility to the rest of the neighbors to have some traffic coming in a particular direction and then exiting the other side. I don't know, just thought I'd throw it out there. Thanks.
I think that the problem is the outbound is, if my understanding is right from Jen, is that people coming out into Pinecrest, and we wouldn't want to make it the other way around so people had to enter that property through Pinecrest. I think that the best way to do it is just let the tenants know, or let the people living in the dorm know that that isn't an option of travel for them. Carl.
I appreciate the process of review of this application a lot. I think there's been a lot of good comments from the board and from the alternates and from members of the public. I would like to remind everybody that there are still horror stories that you hear of 18 people jammed into a basement with one bathroom and 35 people living in a house with no laundry privileges and limited kitchen and bath privileges. And when you look at two buildings with 36 people that are legit, I just wanted to remind everybody that that's something to think about compared to the horror stories that we've all heard for decades here. And I heard one last fall from a friend of mine where 35 people were jammed into a house and they had to be kicked out every time the inspectors were coming by, just so that they wouldn't be known, wouldn't be found out. So I appreciate a business NIR. I appreciate a business to making the effort to house 36 people legitimately. Thank you.
Good points. Thank you, Carl. Barry?
And I will be brief. I just want to go back to, this is why I love special permits. because if there are problems like that coming up or things aren't working, we can always reopen the meeting on this. So good for the neighbors to know that as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, Rick and Jeff, you guys have having open dialogue with a butter. Does it make sense to kind of work together hand in hand? I know he's got an approval in place, but is it something that we could work together along with the people of Pinecrest? And I agree with Barry. I don't want to shut off the access, but I do think there's a way to, get everyone going in one direction. And then if there's an emergency access, then that's granted and still there. It just seems that we, need, if we could circle back and kind of bring these two projects together and work with Pinecrest and, make sure everything's working properly, I think that would be smart. I don't want to delay you anymore, Rick, but I just think it would be wise to kind of have a conversation with the abutter and see if there's some way to kind of work this out. And so almost no one knows it's there, more or less. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just respond. Yeah, through you. Yeah, I mean, I think, it's a good idea. I'll commit to you with Jeff. I'm sure he feels the same way. We can reach out to Jen and Paula and try to work something out. But further to that, if you want, what I'll do is, we'll change the management plan for 96 as well. And I'll submit it to staff. We don't have a public hearing going, but like I said, I know these guys really well and they always want to be good neighbors and, don't want to make the neighborhood mad. So I know it's important to them to do things right. And I think that's a kind of a quick, easy fix that we follow the management plan that's on record at the staff level, and we'll submit a new one that says nobody leaves, through Pinecrest.
Just real quick, would you guys be willing to adjust the times on the guests in your management plan? So let's say 10 or even, I just think that would probably be helpful for the neighbors as well. With two big houses right next to each other with that many people, I just think that things could get, and trust me, I have respect and faith in NIR and in you, Rick, and both the owners, but I just think if we could just reduce that area or that time frame a little bit, it might save everyone some headaches.
Yeah, that's fair. Obviously on the morning end, I think that can obviously go to 7 as Steven suggested. We had 6 in there.
We could do 10 to 7. I think that would go.
10, that's fair. Totally. I don't like 9 that much, only because remember, in July, it's light out at 9.
Yeah.
So, but 10 is fair enough for sure.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion with those things in there?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve with, let's see now, we're gonna have a 5th. We got the 4th condition would be, Megan, correct me, 96 and 98 going out.
No, just
voluntarily do that.
The volunteer, all right, so the volunteering that, but we're gonna have 98 as part of the condition though. Okay, okay, and then the adjusting the management plan to 10 o'clock instead of 11, is that what Dave said?
10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay, I was just thinking of the night part, yep. Municipal sewer and water is getting done. And that's it.
I have that, and I jotted this down. I don't know if this is something you wanted in there, but that the special permit only applies to NIR. So if there's a future change,
yeah,
different tenant, that it would need to come back to you.
Yeah. That was
Barry?
Steve's point, and also make it like a liquor license. You know, different owners, they gotta come back, kind of similar.
There was something.
I'm sorry, I should have caught that.
Barry, did you have
Was there one more thing?
a question?
Yeah, there's one more thing, just that ability to trigger the additional 5 parking spaces if need be. Which we had talked
Okay.
about.
Megan, you remember that? That was brought up. In and around the road. Okay. And I also think, just as a point before we vote, is this emphasis on the road. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things out there in this one and Egan Lane that sort of are kind of out there. This has sort of brought attention to that, and I think that this is good that the attention to that has been brought up in a way like this. It's never been discussed before, and so that's a good thing. Kind of a housekeeping issue for the neighborhood itself. So, and that's my motion.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
A motion by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
It is I.
Piper's
I've
been.
adjourned.
Oh, Lord. You let her in just like that, Lynn?
Yeah, just let me in, just like that.
Megan, we gotta have a talk.
Yeah, we do need to talk.
I mean, I can kick you out just as quick.
So we, at perfect timing, because we are on 14 Quaker Road and 22 Vestal.
I just want to correct something before we go too far down and Megan does the initial presentation. The staff report is not correct. The cottage is moving from 22 Vestal to what is going to become 16 Quaker. Just want to make that correction.
Thank you, Linda.
Thanks.
Meg, do you want to, or should
Yeah,
we let Linda? She's here.
I can, or Linda can.
Linda, you go for it.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay. This all came about from a 4181L, which you guys approved some time ago, back in the fall. And there was a cottage, the small one-story cottage, one-bedroom cottage on 22 Vestal. And on 14 Quaker, there is the grandmother's house, which she's retaining. And a newer house from the 1990s. And what has happened now, and I believe you already approved it earlier this evening, is a reconfiguration of the lot lines to separate out the newer house from the grandmother's house, and 22 Vestal stays on its own under the 4181L. There it is. So what we want to do is move it about 20 feet from 22 Vestal, leaving that a vacant lot with almost conforming vacant lot, given how we're only short by maybe less than 100 square feet between the two right now, is to leave 22 Vestal vacant, move the existing one-story cottage over to the newly created lot, which will become 16 Quaker with the newer house on it. And the grandmother's house is the big one to the left there. So we want to put it over there. It doesn't, it qualifies for the 10-foot, the setbacks, the ground cover, we're way under the ground cover. And we have the parking, and it's over by 59 square feet. So the 20% differential is off by 59 square feet. And because one is a rectangle, and these are very small footprints, and the other one is essentially a rectangle, there's really nothing to cut off either one of these structures. So we're asking for a waiver of the 59 square feet to create the secondary dwelling. It's pretty simple.
Thank you, Linda. Board members. Megan, can I ask you real quick? Did we adjust the lot lines here?
Yeah, so these lot lines were adjusted earlier in the meeting through the A&R.
Okay. Well, we pulled that out now.
No, we pulled
Right.
the second dwelling approval. we
Okay.
pulled
Okay.
out.
All right. Perfect. All right. Board, what do we got? You're muted, Nat.
Sorry, I hit it twice without realizing it. So Linda, just for clarification, we're saving these structures, right? I mean, everything that is being moved here is existing.
Yeah, and it was upon which you based the 4181L because the cottage that we're moving over to this one predated February 16th, 1955.
Yeah.
And we're
Yeah,
saving
very
it as
familiar.
opposed to removing it entirely, which is what normally happens with a 4181L. They normally get rid of the ancillary structure. We're keeping
Yeah.
the cottage. It's a cute little cottage. We're just moving it
No,
over. It was a
I'm
garage at
familiar
one
with this
point, so.
place. Hesselman, right? What's the name of them?
Uh,
Something like that.
there was a series of family members.
Yeah. Well, the newer house that you mentioned is over sort of towards Copper Lane. Is that staying where it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
It used to be on the same lot as the grandmother's house on the
Right.
corner at 14.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now it's by
Okay.
itself, and that lot is conforming in every other way.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just sort of just questioning some of the jiggling around and figuring out what I'm looking at. Because I know the property pretty well in that little building, but I just wanted to make sure that the newer building was it has to be in the right place. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah,
It
it had
wasn't
to meet all
built.
the zoning requirements back then.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Anyone else before we open this up? Barry.
Yeah, just one thing I want to say. The only thing that I find just a tad troublesome with this one is the creation of a new driveway on Quaker Road. And that, to me, during the summertime especially, even during the wintertime, that road is absolutely atrocious. And to be shunting more traffic onto it from something, even I'll grant you it's modest what we're doing, but it still catches my attention. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
And Barry, to make you feel comfortable, we are not backing out. We've got a turnaround and they are going to be forbidden from backing out. So they will have to use the turnaround to get out.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm just saying in general, in the bigger scheme of things. Thank you.
Great. Stephen.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair. Linda, just give me a quick, I didn't catch the date on the structure that's being moved. Circle when?
It was in the original 4181L filing, but it was existing after 1923, I think, and existing prior to February 16th, 1955, which is the subdivision control law that we accepted, and it had to exist on a lot before that.
Thank you.
So somewhere in the 30s, 40s, somewhere in there.
Thanks, Linda. My comments, if I may, Mr. Chair, are appreciate the fact that the small structures being retained and overall these are modest sized more cottage style homes than having these completely raised, or the next step would be applications to have them completely raised with a large structure in place. So I kind of find that refreshing. Other than that, agree with Barry just on access, but it sounds like maybe there's some resolution that can come about on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think you're right, Stephen. Thank you. I think they're 23% ground cover on here, and I think they could have had 40. So
yeah,
we should all appreciate that.
And I wasn't coming in here for a special permit to try to back out, because you would need a special permit to back out onto that road.
Anyone else from the board before we open up the public meeting? All right, let's let it roll. Megan, see what we got. On a side note, so we got a couple letters that was against this earlier, from Mr. Platt and Maureen McAllister. And I spoke to Mr. Platt before the meeting. And since then, he said in another letter, and he wanted us to read it into the record, but I have asked Megan just to put it up on the screen and let everyone read it, and it will be in the record in that way than us reading it to you. So
I don't need to respond to it or not because we haven't seen it yet ourselves.
I don't think you need to, I don't think you really need to respond to it, to be honest with you, but that's your call.
So I'll bring
Make
this,
it short, please.
I'll bring this up for screen share, and then we have Michael Angelostro, who's present to make a comment. But this is what I received from Mr. Platt, who intended on speaking, but had to leave for a family obligation.
I can't even talk about number 4, and I object to that being read into the record.
Well, it's not being read.
I'm not reading anything. I'm just sharing the screen.
It's not our business.
As per my discussion with him, that was not in our purview. So, but in respect to his effort, I'm going to let it be seen, and we can move on. Mr. Angelostro.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I want to thank everybody who serves on the board. I've been in such a position myself. 2 things that are really I want to bring to your attention. One, there is no reason to waive the 20% differential. The house that would existed on this lot is nothing but a square. There's an addition that can be put on the house itself to bring it into conformance, make it larger. So I would object, and I would like you to think about that and get your comments on it. But more importantly, I want to call your attention to the parking that they've proposed. You can see it coming in off of Quaker Road. Now, I live on Vestal Street, so I back up to the 22 Vestal. But look, take a look at the parking if you would. One is a conforming 9 by 20 space, and I'm not sure, are there spaces that can now be 7 by 17 or something? Is that in
Yes.
the bylaw? And what is that space? Why? I guess is my question.
You need 1 space per dwelling in the ROH, and we provided 2 spaces, 1 space, so they both can be 7 by 17, but we provided 1 conforming space, and the other conforming space can be 7 by 17 under the bylaw. That's changed since you and I were on the ZBA.
Okay, before you vote on this, I would very much like the members to take a look at this site and try and figure out how either car is going to back up, and then out onto Quaker, and then come out nose first onto Quaker Road. It is almost an impossibility. This is definitely I guess you call it a health problem. It's very dangerous, as we all know. I walked from my house to this site today, and there were 11 cars. I passed 11 vehicles from the corner of Vestal to the subject property. And that was at, I don't know, 3:30, 3:20 this afternoon. It is a highway, and these people are not going to back out. Excuse me, they're not going to come out nose first. They are going to back out, and it's going to be a very serious situation here. So I would, before you vote, I'd really encourage you to take a look at how this is actually going to work. I'm not sure. There may be a better way of doing it, but this is not a good way of doing it. And secondly, I object to the special permit, because the problem, it's their problem, and they can solve the problem without a special permit. Thank you, and I'm asking for comments from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the board like to respond to Michael?
I can respond if you want. If you put up the site plan again, you can see why that's not possible.
Hold 1 minute, Linda. Let's give the board the opportunity. Stephen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly familiar with this particular property, like as a visual. I was going to Google Drive it while I was listening to Michael. Through you, Mr. Chair, Linda, why would relocating the access further to the northwest so you could pull in straight and then have the backup, the turnaround area be slightly shorter than it is now? So you would be able to pull in and then do your 3-point turn and come out. You'd lose a little backyard, you gain a little side yard, but it should be traversable that way.
Bracken, you want to put the site plan back up, Megan?
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, I can't see it because I only see you.
Give me just a moment.
I mean, I don't want to design at the table. I just.
Here we go. Bracken looked into this and redid it and redid it and redid it. There is an existing patio, a long-standing patio that used to connect the house on the left and the house on the right. It wouldn't work because you can't make it around the corner of the house. So we redid it and redid it and redid it and redid it to make sure that it was going to be practically able to be used. That's why it's done that way. And as far as adding something to the house, the front of the house is on the left side, faces north. You can't put a little addition up there like a garbage bin. You can't get into the setback on the back side. You can't get into the setback on the roadside, and you can't go any closer to the house in the back because of the 10-foot scalar separation required. So it's pretty in the setbacks where it's supposed to be, 5'7" on the back, 7 on the left side on the cottage. There really isn't anywhere to put it where it's going to make any difference. The 59 square feet, which is roughly what, 6 by 10, where are you going to put that? So they did look at it going straight in, Stephen, and coming around, but trying to come around the corner of the house was going to be very difficult to get the turn to come back out. That's why it wasn't done that way. So we looked at every kind of iteration possible. And this is the one that Don Bracken felt was going to be the most practical to use.
Boy. All right. Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I might as well say a couple things about what was brought up earlier by Michael, and I appreciate his attention to this and concerns. We as a board, the whole curb cut issue and backing out is something that it's everywhere, and we try every possible way to mitigate that. We can't require someone to back into their driveway. I back up everywhere, Stop and Shop, wherever I go, I'm backing up, but that's because I know how to back up. A lot of people can't do it. So to go to the length of using that issue of backing out as a reason to deny something in a case of, say, a second curb cut, which requires our approval, it's pretty difficult to go that far. However, on this, and I just need Megan or Leslie to clarify if I'm incorrect or not on this. The scalar part of this application is the reason for the special permit, correct? Technically, Megan?
It's the 20% differential.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, the differential. Yes. Okay.
That's the reason why.
And so second question though is, is this driveway cut, if they had put this little addition on to make it exactly 20 feet, which I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring that up before, because we waive this a lot with existing structures, especially with the covenants and so forth. they could have got this curb cut without our approval, correct? Because this would be a primary curb cut and that lot is allowed one, correct?
That's correct. And they will need a permit to be issued through the DPW for.
Right, no, I'm aware of that. That's not what I'm asking though. This driveway is on this application, but technically it's on it for us to review because of the 20%, not because of the actual driveway.
Yes.
Right.
I think that needs to be understood clearly, because that's an unusual scenario. And I just want Mr. Angelastro to understand that driveway would get approved through the DPW if this building did not need the waiver of this, small differential between a primary and secondary.
And that's the only reason I'm here is the 59 square feet, period.
Linda, I'm just for everyone, I'm just trying to make that point as best I can unprofessionally so the staff can explain it. There you go. Okay, I think that's really important because I didn't know that at the very outset until a few minutes ago. So this is important because I don't remember doing this exactly in this exact situation, and at least not recently. So that's very important. Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the driveway isn't perfect, but I do think that it'll serve its purpose. I mean, right across the street and down, there's a driveway that is right on the road and has to be backed out on it. And nobody wants anyone to back out onto this road. But I think that this is at least giving the possibilities of a turnaround. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to push on this parking a little bit more for a moment. Through you, Linda, I presume that the perimeter of the lot is the line to that bisects the apron from pretty much north to south, northwest to southeast.
You're gonna have to put the plan back up again. Okay, what are you asking me now?
So the property line is where the fence is showing along Quaker Road?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to verify before I comment. So look, I agree with what Nat said, and I certainly don't think it should be denied based upon this. And I think it is workable, as David said. I think it can be more workable. Why would you not, since that area of I presume that's privet that's shown is going to be ripped up, why not just go with a shorter apron instead of a 10-foot apron? You're
required to have a 10-foot apron by the bylaw.
Hold on a minute. You can get a special permit for that. You could take that apron size down, increase your parking space, increase your turning radiuses, and that would actually be a functional driveway.
I'm not coming back for a special permit for something I'm required to do.
I am making my comments.
Can you hold on, please?
Well, you asked me why I'm not coming back for it, because I'm not.
I didn't ask. I said you can.
Steve, hold on a second. Linda, let him finish, please, before you say anything. Thank you. Thank you.
My point is simply that it's a relatively small lift to make this a functional driveway. Whether it gets approved contingent upon coming back, or, I'm not suggesting that the application needs to be held up, but I think it's incumbent to try and work it out. It's not a big deal. It's not like someone's asking to pick up the Quaker Road existing house and move it a foot so that the parking can work. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Linda?
I'm not doing it, but first off, we're required to have it. I think you need to have the 10-foot from the pavement, which means that not all 10 feet are inside the property line. There is a number of feet outside the property line that connects every lot on Nantucket with an apron to the traveled way with its paved. They're going to be driving over it anyway. It's just that we have to show a 10-foot apron in order to get approval. And so they're going to be driving across it anyway. So there you go. But as I say, I'm not here for any parking relief at the moment.
Barry.
Thank you. Just through you to staff at this point, is there anything that we should be looking at for basic improvements here, especially with the curb cut happening, and I believe the bike path is on that side as well too, correct?
There's no bike path.
Well, no, but there was a proposal at one point for it.
On the other side of the street, apparently, but it's not there now, so.
No,
They
it was
bagged
on
it because there are people buried there.
right. I understand that, but you know, things can change over time.
But it wasn't on our side, it was on the other side.
That's all right. You know what, Linda, I don't want to have that conversation, because if we're going to get into buried people, there's a lot of ills that took place out there.
Yes,
that to this,
definitely.
you and I both know that story.
But it was on the other side of the street from us.
But I would like to hear from staff very quickly, just so that we're not missing anything again, please.
All right, so for you, Mr. Chair, I think this is a really modest application. It's just to waive the differential and asking them for some type of contribution really like exceeds the scope of what they're asking for. Because remember, you always have to think about the rational nexus. So, so I would say no, not on this application.
Thank you, Leslie. Do we have another member of the public? Oh, did he take his hand down?
There was a gentleman by the name of Robert. I no longer see him on the attendee list, but Michael has his hand raised again.
Michael? Hey.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
One of the things that the planning board is charged with, whether it is in an application or not, I believe, is to look out after the safety and how safe something is. And again, before you act on the application, I would suggest that you take a site viewing of this. One of the reasons, I think, this is just a feeling, when you go out there, what you're going to see is the lot line separating the large Vestal Street house from the house on Quaker Road, goes right through a patio, a large patio. And that's something that the owners wanted to do to create the lot. So, you know, they probably don't want to disturb the patio, but you know, it is an unsafe situation. I can't believe that coming in Quaker Road at a 90-degree angle and then backing into the front of the house would not be safer than what is shown on this plan, this ridiculous parking scheme that's shown on the plan. Thank you for listening, but again, I really would like you to go out there and view this situation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just, I don't want to get into any kind of disagreement or anything like that, but right across the street from this is a bad parking.
Single back.
No one says a word.
Yeah,
no one says a damn thing about it.
I said it 10 minutes ago.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't listening. I probably was getting something to eat or something. So I don't remember.
99.
But my point is, and this is the historic district, that the grandmother house doesn't, it has a sort of a codfish park, Brewster Road parking with a little pullovery thing, with the little fence gate you walk in. Okay. So, you know, it's just the way it was. And one of the problems that we face, or challenges that we face here, is improving a bad situation, making it slightly better. That's what we do around here. We don't ever really make it perfect, because there is no way to make it perfect. In fact, that's one of the good things about Nantucket, and one of the attractions is imperfections. I know it's not a perfect solution, but it is on our agenda on this application because of the other part of the application with the scale of with the 20%, which really is nothing in comparison to the overall project itself and what's been done and saving these buildings. Steve's point that I actually didn't think of, making them move the 1992 structure back, you know, a few feet to make the parking work. I mean, that's ridiculous if we would ever to require that, but his point about it is actually a really good one. So, and how that building was built as a second dwelling originally, and no one ever came in for a curb cut. They just left everything the way it was. I actually, when I worked in that house, I parked in the neighbor's driveway and cut through the fence there. You can jump over it. So, which I believe they back out of that one too. So,
Yes, they do.
So you see what I mean? Like, I don't, you can't make this like fresh land in the middle of nowhere and everything's perfect. It just isn't going to be a perfect solution. So I don't think we're making things unsafe. I just think that the situation is an imperfect situation that is better than it could have been had this been done in the past with a different curb cut application. So
Thank you, Nat.
that would be my point.
Mike, is your hand just up because you forgot to put it down, or are we all set with public comment?
I'd like to make one other comment. I'm intimately familiar with the new house across the street. There was a curb cut on that property since 1949. When the house went up, the newer house went up, there was an accommodation made to make so that you would not have to back out of that house, out of that parking space. And that the other property which is to the north, small cottage there, that's always been backing out. And the next one over there, you don't have to back out. There's a lot of parking. But I just think this is going to be disastrous, and that someone is going to get into a very serious accident, especially with the way the trucks on this island go. And I've never seen one stopped by the police, but that's another subject. I just want to say thank you very much for listening to me, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mike. Linda, if you could just hold on a sec. Is Leslie, or maybe Megan could help, or what is the process with the DPW to have that parking space approved?
CEO.
Huh?
No,
The parking,
there is a process.
the parking that's shown on their plan,
Yes.
they have to provide the plan and fill out an application. It's reviewed by the DPW for compliance with a section of the zoning bylaw 20.1, and then they get a permit.
And is that
It's not,
have to do with
it's not that
safety
simple,
and
Madam, Mr.
lighting,
Chairman. It's
or- Linda, can you please hold on? Leslie?
Perhaps I simplified it, but that's the gist of the process.
And that's a safety, is a sight line thing and a safety issue that they're looking at?
I actually have not looked at their application in quite some time, so I'm not sure what's on it currently.
Linda? Thank you, Leslie.
the issue is you've got to go to the way the processes work. They developed it maybe 18 months ago, 2 years ago, when there was a snafu out at the DPW on a curb cut on Pleasant. The process now is that you have to go to the HDC, get it approved. Obviously, the material for the apron and the material in the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't deal with safety. Then you have to take that approval, and only after you get that approval can you go to the DPW to get a curb cut from them. And they're not traffic safety, though they do represent on traffic safety. So they may or may not consider the safety, because none of the other ones have ever gone to traffic safety, whether we think they're crazy or not. So they may just approve it based on the HDC approval, and off we go. We don't want to have anything that's unsafe either. So if something needs to be changed, we will absolutely go change it. But I do agree with Michael Angelastro that they're almost every one of them on Quaker backs out. They have those little round mirror things on the posts behind them, across the street. And one was had a secondary dwelling down on the corner, and they back out. And that was a new structure. So it's one of those, just the street is what it is, basically.
Okay.
There you go. And we're about the only one that has a turnaround. The one that down towards the corner of Main Street does have a turnaround because that had a shop on it, a secondary dwelling and her yarn shop. So that had a lot to play with.
All right, thank you. Looking for a motion to close the public hearing if we don't have anyone else with their hand up. Nope.
I'll make a motion. We close the public hearing.
Second.
Second, okay, made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well, unanimous. I'm going to appoint Stephen on this one. So the pleasure of the board is?
Motion to approve. We can't deal with the parking, so that's the motion, subject to staff comments.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion made by Stephen, seconded by Joe. Stephen.
I'm an aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Unanimous.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I guess I'll see you on Thursday. Yay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All righty.
There is a second component to this to approve the
All right.
secondary dwelling in and of itself. So that's just the four members for that one.
Yep.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the secondary dwelling application.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Joseph.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Unanimous.
Well,
Thank you.
thanks. I'll see you again on Thursday.
All
Does
right.
that already.
So warm.
Yeah.
Feeling a little under the weather. 30. Okay, we're on to 39 Fair Street. A return of 39 Fair Street.
Yeah. Yes.
Who do we have associated with this guy?
We have Rick Fedette here to present the application.
Great. Hey, Rick, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold one sec. Carl?
I was just saying hi to Rick again.
Oh, okay. All right, great.
Hi, Carl.
He's a new attorney on the island. He should be welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodette for Tadley, owner of the property at 39 Fair Street. We did refile this after the board's discussion last time. I think it was November. We are here seeking a special permit for a curb cut on Fair Street, which would technically be a second curb cut. That's the reason for the special permit. There is the DPW has been of the opinion that there is an actual curb cut behind the property here on the private way known as Tattle Court, I think it is. This curb cut is on a small, narrow private court. So we would like this curb cut on Fair Street, give us a little bit better option to access the property from the front. It is in a place that doesn't require removal of a parking space at all. There's a yellow line in front of it. And it will give them a little bit better access. I think it meets all of your requirements under the bylaw for a second curb cut. It's not going to have a significant adverse impact on the historic integrity of Fair Street. There's curb cuts up and down the whole street. It is actually also HDC approved. So I think they might have flagged it if it had an issue with historic integrity. It's not going to have any impact on traffic considerations. There will be less parking on the street if my client uses this. And as I said before, we're not removing any parking spaces on Fair Street, thankfully. So with that, I know there's some abutter concerns, but with that, I'll turn it over to all of you if you have any questions for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Rick. Anyone have any questions for Rick? Pretty clear cut. Matt, are you getting there? I know you don't know how to raise that.
No, I'm unmuting just in case.
Oh
I
boy.
looked at it for the third time today. So
Glad you don't have a gun.
I've looked at it 3 times now.
So anyone before we open it up to the public? I see we already got our hand raised from Ken. All right, why don't we open that up? Hey, Ken, how are you? You're mute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I think there's some important facts that need to be corrected. First of all, what was said with respect to the fact of the existing parking spot, it is in fact on a public road. Tattle Court is not a private roadway as they allege. It is a public road, has been a public road, and is reflected on the 1799 list. Secondly, the fact is that there's a statement that it will not eliminate any public parking on Fair Street. In order to be able to, when you take a look, if you went out today, there's a car that's parked sort of all the way up to the end. You're going to have to remove at least as much as that car to be able to, in fact, have some access into it. And the minute you do that, you in fact lose one of the 2 parking spaces in front of 41 Fair Street. I think it's important for you to remember that this planning board or your predecessor approved this new 1-lot subdivision in 1976, as reflected in the documents at Exhibit A to the material. To be noted that this subdivision provided parking from a public street, Tattle Court, and therefore preserved the historic green space between the 2 houses. It should also be noted that no other properties in the fish lots have 2 curb cuts. And lastly, it would seem to me that the approval of this application goes against the town policy that discourages having extra cars on the island, which would be very happy to have if you have 2 private parking spaces. For these reasons, I think that the special permit should not be granted and that the application should be denied. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ken. And we have Alex Istanbulu. I'm sorry if I destroyed that name.
You did not. You did pretty well. It's Alex Istanbulu. I am the Tad's neighbor, sort of away on the side, away from town, between his house and Tattle Court. I live there with my wife, Ann Troutman, and Tad is the 3rd time he's applying for this, and just to sort of make sure that we're not concerned about him parking a car between our 2 houses. There's 12 feet between our 2 houses. Right now, there's a little bit of landscaping on either side, along both houses. That landscaping will disappear, but this is not the car itself will not be in our view. It doesn't really affect the interiors of our house. Our views are elsewhere, and Tad always drives nice cars, so that's not really the issue. The issue is the 2 parking spaces in front of our house, which are parked almost always, and certainly through the summer always, but even in the winter, they're mostly occupied. As Ken mentioned, we don't see any way that a car can possibly get in and out of that space in any safe way without the yellow line that is there currently being extended and therefore foreshorten the about 27 feet of length that we have available for the 2 cars that will park on the street, it will inevitably reduce that by 1 space. Now, we would like to, staff has said that that would not be the case, but given the requirements that you have for aprons and a parking space and basic turning radiuses, we would like staff to show us a diagram, or the applicant to show a diagram, how you would not, in effect, privatize a currently public space. The second point I'd like to make is that, just from a historic district perspective, our block between Darling and Tattle Court is a relatively large block within the length of Fair Street. The only other sort of block, if you will, that is as large is the one between Farmer and Twin. There are 3 curb cuts, 4 curb cuts along the block between Farmer and Twin. And there are already 5 curb cuts within our block, which is basically the same length. So we already have about 20% more curb cuts along this block. And if TAD's application for a special permit is granted, we will basically have 40% more curb cuts and private spaces on our block than the second block that is sort of our size and already has the most along the entire length of Fair. That additional congestion of curb cuts must be affecting the historic character of that block. So we would like clarification on how you think you can maintain those 2 parking spaces, and how you would read that, how you would interpret historic district characteristics as, with the increase in density of curb cuts along a precious block. Those are my comments. Questions, really.
Thank you, Alex. Board? Oh, hold on. We have got another hand up with Campbell Sutton.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I've sort of been holding off. I had waited at the last meeting in November when this application came up, because I was concerned about the increasing ease with which these curb cuts are being made in the historic district, in the downtown. And, you know, these curb cuts are going over sidewalks, which are heavily used pedestrian ways. And it seems to me that this property, as it was designed with the parking space given on Tattle Court. And while I understand that by putting a driveway in, maybe it would help improve the look of, you know, maybe the gas tank that's there might need to be moved. But I really feel like the historic walk is being destroyed with these curb cuts. And a lot of the other properties along here and in this area, the properties are defined by those white fences and hedges, and then you'll have a curb cut. So you sort of maintain this vision. But in this area, the curb cuts that were just put in, they had to be fairly recently put in right across the street. I think you're really destroying that, and it's starting to just be, you know, a house, a parking lot, house, parking lot. And the historic district is meant to be more of a walking district and not a driving district. And so with this house, you're providing, where I believe you only need one, or required to have one parking space for a house in the ROH. This is providing 2 parking spaces to this property, and I'm not sure that's really good precedent to set. I use this street quite a bit, and I was just recently down there. And when cars are parked on that side of the street so that you really cannot see going out that driveway. The car would have to literally back out into the road, or even if you decide, okay, you're going to back in and only be able to drive out front-wise, your hood is still going to stick out into traffic before you can even get a visual of traffic coming up the hill. So I think it's inappropriate, obviously, or I wouldn't be saying anything. And I'd really like to also point out the one that was allowed on Pleasant Street, which has really created traffic problems where there weren't any. Very often the cars that are parked in there are parked over the sidewalk because the depth of the parking space is not far enough. I know we have distance and length with regulations, but I'm just, I go to a lot of properties on the island, and I'm just beginning to see that what looks good on paper is not actually functional in reality, or is not functioning the way it should. So
Oh, we lost you. But
I mean, one thought I had was, okay, maybe a gate that went with it, so that it should continue the visual of the picket fence along there. That might be some kind of a solution. But anyway, I didn't get my letter sent in because I heard that this had been withdrawn, so I didn't get a letter in. So I'm speaking to you instead. I hope you'll consider some of the things that I've said. Thank you for your time.
thank you, Campbell. One thing that should be pointed out is that the HDC has approved this curb cut. So they are historic consciences, and if they think it's all right historically, then I would side with them on that. I don't know about the rest of you. I've been here to this site. I've seen it. I thought the curb cut made sense. And I still do. I'm concerned about the width and whether we'll lose a spot. And I don't know if anyone else shares that concern or has walked it and sees it and sees it differently than I do.
Sorry, Dave.
No, please not.
Can I make a comment on that for a second?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just forgot how to use the hand tonight, I think. Okay, so I've been here numerous times as well, and also 3 times as far as the application part goes. I can make a case that yellow line doesn't even need to be there right now. Okay. So person can get out, there's a lot of, and I hear what Campbell's saying. I could make a zillion different arguments for and against all this stuff, but what's happened, and she's bringing up, I think she was talking about 16 Pleasant. I believe that's what she was actually referring to. That's the one across from where Mill comes out. If you look at that now, it looks like it's been there for 100 years. Whether it functions perfectly, it's really more about the driver than it is about the space. It's that not everybody can back up. That's why I love angle parking. Angle parking works great because you can be a terrible driver and look like a genius. Okay, that's it. And we can't decide who can drive. Okay, now we approved. This was a little controversial back 2 years ago, I think 2.5, on Lily Street. There's a long house on Lily Street. I think it's like 27, I believe, or 29. It's one of those. And the little tiny curb cut that we approved on the other end of the house, there's a little Mini Cooper sitting in there last summer. Backed in, looked like it was built to be in that space. I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, if that person didn't know how to drive and they were trying to park a Suburban there, then is that our fault or is that the owner's fault? And I've talked to staff a couple of times about this issue of some kind of, and I mentioned it tonight earlier, about some kind of condition on second curb cuts in town, depending on the potential, I don't want to say difficulty, but the talent it takes to park in some of these spots. It's not that easy, okay, for everyone. And that's not being discriminatory against one driver to another. It's just true. Not everybody can back up a truck, okay? But in this case, there's so many of them just like it. They're everywhere. And there's more of them. There's one up at Bert Johnson's old house getting done on Main Street right now. It's going to end up being like 16 Pleasant once it's finished. We have a lot of really good landscape architecture going on with these spaces. They're not ugly. They're not done in a shoddy way. They're done in a really professional way now. It's not like it used to be where they just threw it in and no one even knew they didn't have a permit, like the one on New Mill that we had to deal with. So, and then you have, and this is something else I brought up to staff, is we have curb cuts, primary cuts on Nantucket downtown that can carry 3 cars. They're like little parking lots, but they're not a special permit. So everybody doesn't have the same access to parking. Now, Tattle Court, I mean, I didn't, I would never think of that as a public road, I can tell you that, but that's the way the old maps and the way things were done back in the day. Imagine if that was private and the town was trying to take it now. Oh, okay. So, Rick, does this person have a street permit currently? Do you know? Do they have one? Sorry, you're on mute, Rick. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, he lives in town, so he's allowed to have one. I mean, that was my point, that this takes a car off the street for sure.
So he has a permit besides the primary space.
I believe so, yeah.
That's an important point. So he's going to lose that permit. He can't just get one for somebody just for fun, right?
Well, I don't
That's
think
important.
you lose your, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If this is approved, he loses that permit. I'm hoping.
Are you asking if he's going to give it up? I don't think you lose it. You're allowed to have it. I mean,
even if you have 2 parking spaces.
Yeah, my partner lives like a block away. He's got like 5 cars on Fair Street.
I mean, wait, how many cars?
Wow.
No, I'm exaggerating. No, but I mean,
well, I can tell you right now, I don't know whose jurisdiction that comes under. I'm assuming the select board, but that's something that needs to get looked at. I can't believe Matt Fee hasn't brought that up yet.
That most towns and most cities, like my mother lives in Georgetown, they get parking permits even though she has parking. If a guest come over, her car goes on the street and they use the parking lot. So I'm not sure.
Hate to say it, that's ridiculous.
We've got 2 hands up in the public, and I think we're spending way too much time on a curb cut here. So let's go to Alec first. Welcome back.
Thank you. I just wanted to have an opportunity to sort of refocus this. I don't think we're not talking about bad drivers. We're not trying to protect ourselves from bad drivers. And we're also not talking about aesthetics of curbs or congestion of curbs. Right now, there are curbs across the street from Tad's and our house. There are 2 of them within 30 feet of one another. There's a curb cut on the other side of Tad's house. Tad's house is about 30 feet long. So if we add this 4th curb cut, there's going to be a congestion of 4 curb cuts within a 30-foot space or just outside of a 30-foot space. That is the congestion we're talking about. We're not worried about the curbs cuts being done nicely, and we know that they will. We're not worried about that at all. The other question that I have is, you mentioned that the HDC has approved this curb cut I did not know, and I'm relatively new to this town, but I have been to HDC meetings. I did not know that HDC had the authority to actually approve or disapprove curb cuts. I thought that they dealt with the architecture and the look of buildings. So I did not know, we didn't know that this curb cut was actually mentioned at an HDC meeting, or that we could actually talk about that in that context. So I'm not quite sure understanding that either, both the dimensional issues of how you would not end up losing a public parking space, nor that this has already been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Stephen, are you with us still?
Yeah.
Would you like to answer Alex's question about HTC and curb cuts?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so there isn't a notice mechanism for curb cuts or driveways or hardscapes. It's 1,000 square feet of a structure if it's outside the old historic district. And then there's a lesser square footage for inside, and that's for the actual structures. With respect to driveways and hardscape, it's primarily materials that get approved, reviewed and approved or modified based upon the vote of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I hope that helps out. Rick.
Yeah, I just wanted to, mention about, sort of the yellow line and losing a space. I mean, we know that it doesn't require us to eliminate a parking space because there's a yellow line clear across this space. But just so everyone's clear, when you do eliminate a parking space on a public road, you have to have a hearing before the select board, and you typically get approved because the select board knows that you're going to not park on the street anymore. So in other words, as long as it's 1 for 1, you're going to provide a space where you're taking a space away, then it's generally speaking not an issue. And so I mention that only because, just the fact that there are cars parked near this yellow line, that doesn't mean in any way that we're eliminating a space. But again, we're taking a car off the street. So.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to go to Alex one more shot, and then I think we're going to try to close down this public hearing. So let her go, Alex.
Just thanks. The yellow line that is there is to, I'm not sure that part of it is relevant, but my question is, if HDC has approved this curb cut, then why is a special permit required?
Because HDC just gives an okay to the materials used to make sure that it is.
So HDC hasn't approved the curb cut. They haven't. I don't think they've approved this.
They've approved the materials and the I don't even know what the word to use. Steve, do you want to jump in? We will approve the curb cut, but they won't have to go to the HDC to get the materials approved because it's already approved.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, David, that's correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
Thank you.
That's what that's about. Thank you. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please? No one else's hands are up. No.
Motion to close, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Do I need to appoint someone for this, Megan? Back to you, Carl. You made the full cycle.
They're not answering any of our.
I was not in attendance on November 14th.
But that we dismissed that without prejudice. So this is a new
Okay.
application.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I see Mrs. Troutman, but we've closed the public hearing. I'm sorry. So on the merits. Anybody? Discussion?
Make a motion to. You want to discuss some more? Does anyone have anything else?
All right,
And
go at it, Nat.
I'll make a motion to approve the findings that the special permit relief for a second curb cut is within the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. And the second driveway is not contrary to sound traffic and safety considerations, would not have an adverse effect on the scenic and historic integrity of the neighborhood. The conditions, Megan, they need to keep that curbing. It's already low. They can make it a little lower, but that curbing needs to be kept. Okay, they do it. That's happening a lot now. The existing curbing, the existing bricks, probably already in the HDC potentially in what they said, but that has to happen. Okay, so make that sure that that is in this, because that's how they make them look like they've already been there. It's like, it doesn't look like anything different has happened other than the actual part on the property, but on the street and the curb, and I mean, on the sidewalk and the curb can look exactly the same, with the curbing slightly raised from the street. Okay. And then the other two are typical to the approvals, 2 and 3, but 1 needs to make sure we say that about the curbing and the bricks. Thank you. That's my motion.
Have a second?
I'll second it with the conditions.
Thank you, Carl. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Carl. Nat,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Unanimous.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you. Megan, I need to step away from this next discussion. How do you want to deal with that?
I think maybe if you wanna pick someone to just chair the conversation.
Well, that would be Nathaniel. Gonna make for a long guys. Bye.
It hasn't happened for a while. We're talking about
maybe Nat. Do you have to recuse on that, Nat?
Yeah, I'm pretty far away.
Okay, all right.
Say that.
It's my neighbor, so I can't do it. And I'm not going to return, right, Megan? You don't need me to.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we have generalized public comment first, if you wanted to,
Oh, you want me to do that?
if you want to just check
Okay.
with that.
So yeah,
Unless we have here for people for that to do generalized public comment.
well, I mean, we can't respond to it anyway. It's for
No.
Yeah.
And this warrant article item is just,
A discussion anyway.
it's a discussion.
It's a
to see if
discussion.
You're gonna support it as a board to move forward, or what you wanna.
Well, I can't be part of that, but we could do public comment. If anyone's here for public comment for things not otherwise on the agenda, please raise your hand.
Seeing none.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Sorry, I was a little rough at the chair, but
Yeah, Dave.
next time I'll be better.
Good
Bye.
job, Dave.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So Megan, do you want to we're just going to have a general discussion on this for now, before we take, this isn't a public hearing, correct?
It is not. It is a discussion amongst the board.
This is just a board discussion, perspective, alternates included.
That's up to
Okay,
you.
because I think they should be included in this. Okay, so Barry, do you want to weigh in a little? I have my comments on this, and Leslie's going to need to give some timelines on a couple of things that I bring up.
No, I think what I'd like to have happen at this point is for staff to kind of queue this up in terms of how are we getting here? What are we looking at? Just give us the overview at this point and then solicit from the board, what do we want to do? Just if we are going to, Megan, or Leslie, what are you looking for an outcome on this right now? Besides just a basic presentation?
Well, I believe that the property owners, the Viscos, are requesting that you sponsor this article on their behalf because they've missed, I'm sorry, I'm having a computer issue.
It's okay.
Because they've missed the deadline for citizen petitions. You can certainly talk about doing that. The warrant is set to be adopted by the select board next week or possibly the following week, but Libby did say today that she's hoping they can wrap it up and get it adopted next week. So this isn't something that's been on our list, obviously, and the select board prefers that we, don't introduce new concepts at the end unless it's something really pressing. So I think, one option for you all to consider is to not sponsor it right now because it is at the last minute, and to have them submit it as a citizen petition at a future town meeting. I haven't talked with them, so I don't know if there's some time sensitive urgency to this. But so they would be going from LUG1 to VR. That would be introducing VR in a district where it doesn't otherwise exist. VR is consistent with the town and country overlay district concept. LUG1 and VR are both country overlay district zoning districts. And, I'm not sure off the top of my head if, half-acre lots are supportable in this area with sewer, water. I'm not off the top of my head sure about the infrastructure, but I think maybe Nat is more familiar with that.
Okay. Just, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing. If we're going to advance this concept into going before the Board of Selectmen, I mean, no disrespect intended here to the alternates. I mean, it's fine if they want to comment on it, but ultimately that will need to take place between the three principals that you have on the board. Just if we're going down that route, I would just argue that is kind of probably what needs to happen here if we're going to move that ahead. And if I'm wrong,
I just said that because there's nobody left, just
No,
me and
no,
you
no.
and Joe, so that's why.
That's okay. No, and I like I said, I really do sometimes, I don't want to be disrespectful here, but I just want to make sure procedurally we're heading into this the right way, and staff can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
All right, so my points I want to make on this, look, I feel for everyone's personal situations that may or may not be happening. I just want to go back to the previous decade when this was all lug 2 from Surfside Road to the sewer beds. And getting lug 1 down here was a root canal to get that done. It took a recession to get that done. It was one of the best things that's ever happened to our neighborhood, except for the Surfside Crossing property that should have been voted for lug 1. We'd be in a whole nother world now, but that's another conversation. But this area, I don't remember when this went to lug 1. It wasn't 2009, Leslie. I think it was like 2011, 12-ish. I can't remember what year, but it wasn't 09. 09 happened up front, more towards, from Surfside down through Blueberry. And then we got a little more and a little more. And it's all locals. And that lug one was very beneficial to the area, to the families. And it's been good. And it was the right thing. A lot of the lots were 1 acre, especially the Folger Ave and Field Ave lots were already 1 acre in lug 2. So the sewer, the gravity line that's going down South Shore Road that just got completed. I mean, not everybody knows that. There's going to be 2 different lines going down South Shore Road. One's gravity and one is 24-inch line that's going to be getting done from coming from the new pump station across from Manny's. I think this is premature. I think this is an unfortunate situation where, as a board, we'd be kind of probably eaten alive at town meeting without even starting conversation, because it's not planned enough ahead with the existing zoning that we have, starting from the R40 up to the, up in Surfside Road down. It starts at R40 and then it switches to lug 1. We have 2 covenants allowed on 1 acre lots now, Leslie, which is a great thing. We passed at town meeting last year that people forget. It hasn't even really been announced technically, publicly through through Housing Nantucket's emailing and other means of advertising that benefit. And we also have a waiver on the, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes my technical stuff is not quite, certainly not up to speed with you, but I believe we have a waiver on the tertiary lot to be able to be a secondary size, correct? If it's a covenant?
I don't have the
On the
bylaw
second
open,
covenant can be,
but
we're pretty sure that's true.
we definitely specified the required lot sizes in the tertiary lot bylaw. I just
Yeah.
don't know what they are.
So that's
Top of my head.
something, and also the family covenant, which is another thing that was one of Steve Welch's a big proponent of that, is now in place, where you do not have to qualify for a covenant with your income if it's a direct family member, which is a huge benefit for families on Nantucket, especially if they don't have a lot of land. So I think we need to have a larger conversation, especially with gravity sewer on South Shore Road that can be accessed on some of these feeder roads by the neighbors, without a pump station, without grinders, which is a big deal to do that. And that's just started, and that isn't, even hooked up yet. It's not going to be for a while, but the water runs down South Shore as well. So there's a little bit of a cart before the horse type situation. I think there needs to be more discussion about just overall large zoning, Leslie, through our process in the next year or two with ground cover, possibly being an alternative to changing the zoning, is maybe adding 1% or 2%, depending on where it is, depending on what the property owner is doing. I mean, those are the kind of conversations I think we need to have before we start talking about another slice, as Barry would say. Okay, that would be my point on this. Anyone else have anything they want to add? Joe, you're familiar with this area.
No, I am. I really want to have a conversation about it and kind of find out why this is going there. Plus, it seems like in this neighborhood, if we allow it, everything in this area is going to go to VR. So, is that a good thing or a bad thing? But I agree with everything you just said and all the programs and all the special permits that we have in place. There's a lot of vehicles out there to really get this to work for whatever they're hoping to do, but you know, so that's where I'm kind of wanting to see a little more conversation.
Yeah, and that's my point about the double covenant article that we had last year that was sort of a zoning bylaw change. It didn't have get a lot of attention. It was very well received by Affordable Housing Trust and Housing Nantucket. And, you know, we fixed the tertiary issue with the 900 square feet as well, which I keep forgetting to add, but I'm talking about strictly making a second covenant on 1 acre above R40 and up. It takes time for these things to get, you know, built into the system. People don't, you know, they don't even know about it. Surveyors have to explain it, lawyers. I mean, people, you know, you can't do anything on your property without assistance anymore. It's not the old days. And those are the kind of things that we have in place now. And it took a lot to get that. And it took a lot to get that family covenant thing done as well, because that's a big issue. You can have land and you can't make a covenant for your kids because they make too much money. I mean, that's unbelievable. So that's been solved, and that's important. So I think we need to have a larger discussion about these type of areas. They're all local families. They need to create places for their kids to live. And how we go about more of that is, I think we haven't hit that button yet as far as what we've already done now versus what could happen. That's why I brought up the ground cover idea. Is something Leslie and I, and you know, I've talked to them about R40 versus lug 1 100 times, but we can't put R40 in outside the town overlay. So we have to figure out a different way to look at that, but without changing the zoning itself as far as lot size. So Barry, you got something? Sorry, that hand is the new or old one.
That's okay. It's a new one. So just through you to Leslie, is this anything that staff has looked at through either the master plan or potential? No. So this is brand new before the planning staff as well too. Because that really is going to go to, you know, when we propose things, we're usually looking at how's it going to affect the area, and is there, like Joe said, is there a daisy chain that starts to set up behind it, which may or may not work well in terms of the overall planning that we need to do. So, you know, with all due respect, I mean, I don't like holding things aside, but we're sitting here really not understanding what it is and why we want to do it and what is the potential outcome, not only for the area that's specified right now, but for anything surrounding it as well too. And therein lies the much bigger issue, because, you know, when we do it on the board, it's a matter of how does it affect the area? How does it affect whether there's potential subdivision involved? How does it affect it in terms of whether there's, you know, consistent sewer and water, or if it's septic and well? You know, are there lines to be drawn there behind that as well too? Where does one district begin? Where does one district end? There's a lot deeper analysis that goes in there at this point. So I would definitely like to hear further, but there's in my opinion, there's a relatively good sized plate of things that have to be addressed, you know, from us to the town as time moves along. So I would really love to see them resubmit this and have the discussion over that time to talk with the planning staff and to be able to articulate what it is that their thinking needs to have place, and, you know, have staff have some time to give them the appropriate answers back. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Leslie, do you have anything that you want to add to any of this? I know that this is a situation where, you know, and I just want people to know that we when someone comes to you and asks for something, you're obliged to do that. Even if we don't agree with it, even if it's something that's what we do. That's what you guys do. You help people. And that's important for people to understand. That it doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have, or how much land you have or don't have. That's how it works. And it's a good conversation to have. It might be for another generation. It might be for when, as I said earlier, when all these properties start hooking up. We built that 40B across the street from me with sewer in a high spot, so no one would hook up. And that was 2006. Guess what everybody's doing in my neighborhood? Putting in grinder pumps because they couldn't put gravity, because we put the pump station at the second highest place. There you go. So I don't think those kind of mistakes are ever going to happen again, because the way that sewer line got set up, they put a lot of stubs and they did a really good job with it. We dealt with all that traffic, but that is a huge benefit for the properties that we're talking about, whether it's down that end of the street or at the other end of the street or in the middle. It doesn't matter. This is going to benefit, but it's going to take a long time for that to bear fruit. So I think we need to hold off on this concept. I think we need to look at other things besides an actual half acre versus 1 acre situation, and look at possibly ground cover and other options that I wouldn't even know what they were. Leslie can think of, I'm sure, and Andrew. So that would be my final, I think, comment on this.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chair, I mean, it looks like there's 9 lots that potentially go up to 16, 17 new lots, which is fine. But then let's zoom out. Like, what does that create? Where else does this keep growing? Does it just keep going out? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not really going to weigh one way or the other, but I just see that impact. And I really feel like the staff needs to start there and then back out and start to really kind of go, where are the impacts? What causes more problems? Or, you're only talking about sewer and water. Well, that's pretty simple solve, it sounds like. But there's other problems. There's, traffic, there's pedestrians, more bike paths, etc. All good, but we just need to kind of have a whole plan. And I just feel like a little bit that a gun's to our head right now. Like, we got to get this done. And I don't want to rush something or force something right now.
Yeah. And to add to what you said, Joe, if to go back to 2009, when we finally got movement on zoning out here, an entire neighborhood conversation this time around, if there is another time, is what we need to have.
Right.
There was never going to be sewer gravity on South Shore Road. I can tell you that had never come up. And now we have it, like magic. And it's like, wow, okay. I mean, imagine people put brand new septic systems in at the exploration station, that Covenant House, their whole backyard is a septic system. And the sewer, like 15 feet from it now. Gravity. Like, that's ridiculous, but that's what happened. And there's a lot of grinder pumps that are now going to be able to be eliminated. So, and there's a lot of people that still have septic that are going to be able to have gravity sewer now at the beginning of South Shore, which is a godsend. And whatever happens with Augies, that's another issue. That something's going to happen there someday. It's not going to stay like that forever. So, and with obviously the Surfside Crossing issue is an issue. It's an impact in the sense of what Joe is saying, the overall area, not that, but like what's the next phase of zoning in the whole Badlands, South Shore, whatever you want to call it, district area is, it's important to discuss. It's really almost its own kind of subset of the Surfside area plan process, which is part of that. So, but for now, I think we need to table this. We would definitely be met with a lot of negative feedback at town meeting and through the public hearing process. There's no question about that. I don't think that's good for us. I think we need to be more proactive and more strategic in how we, would approach something like this, because as I said, we just got lug one recently. So it's a little early to have this type of conversation. Especially through a planning board sponsored article. So that's, anyone else has anything, we can.
I mean, I'd like to hear from all the neighbors. I mean,
yeah.
Huh? What's that?
No, I was gonna say, do we need to have a vote on this, Leslie, or how does this work? I kind of forgot this one.
I think you all just need to come to a consensus that it sounds like you're not inclined to sponsor that for them at this time. And that you may in the future, but you need more information and research. Or maybe not. Maybe you want to give them the direction to just submit it as a citizen article. But I think at this point, the important piece is you're not inclined to ask the select board to put it on the warrant.
Just one small bite at a big sandwich out here. So.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear from all the neighbors in the area. I mean, get some feedback. Just have their conversation and weigh in. If they want to change it, then let's have that discussion. But if they don't, then we're hearing from different villages all around the town. So let's have this one weigh in their own merits. So.
Yeah. And, the other thing too, I'd like to say is that I'd like to give them some time to really work with staff, not maybe once we get past town meeting, but, spend some time with staff and help staff work with them to see if that's a concept that we really do want to advance on the board. Certainly you keep throwing out, well, it could be a citizen's article, but I think there's a lot more power to that article when it is sponsored by the planning board, as opposed to being a citizen's warrant article. Again, I'd like, but all that takes time. All that takes time to be able to do it. And it's not a process you necessarily want to rush, because I think between Joe, myself, and Nat, we've articulated probably the better part of 15, 16 reasons why you don't want to rush it. And what are some of the analyses that have to take place in there. So, I'm a big proponent for always trying to move things forward at this point, but in a sense that we're able to make some good decisions about what does it mean and what are the impacts associated with it, not just for the neighborhood, but for, the island at large as well, which we always take into consideration. So.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to just see if there's any thoughts from the alternates though.
Yeah, just go ahead. Does anyone have anything? Steve, Carl, Abby?
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. No, I agree with the discussion you guys have had in the general direction. I think some, more in-depth discussion, and there's a lot of balls in the air that relate to this and tools that could be used maybe to accomplish what it is people are wishing to accomplish without actually changing the underlying zoning, but maybe not. That might be the solution, but it won't be determined without further discussion. Thank you.
And again, too, before we go to anyone else, Leslie, there are other things down the. I mean, I'm not trying to, make a cake right now, okay? But certain, there's a lot of stuff talked about deed restrictions that's been coming up a lot for different reasons, for different things, and something down the road that we could possibly come up with is a zoning with deed restrictions. I mean, there's things that we can do, but again, this is not the time for it. There is another time, a longer discussion to help families, help people you know, with their specific issues, but yet not create something that beyond what we want to happen. So that's, you know, another point that I thought I'd throw at you as far as that goes, because that's being talked about a lot with primary dwellings, year-round ownership. There's a lot of different things being thrown out there that are coming forward, but they're taking time. And that may be one of them with zoning. It's possible that there could be something that's acceptable to both sides of the aisle with zoning. Kyle, do you have anything?
Abby's got her hand up.
I would yield to Abby first. Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see. I'm sorry, Abby. You moved over to the different spot. I'm sorry.
Ladies first.
Apologize.
Ladies first now.
Yeah, Abby, go ahead. I'm so sorry. I didn't. You were over here, and Steve's over here now on the ice rink. I'm sorry. You're over there.
No, it's okay. First, Barry tells me I'm not special, then you're ignoring me. I see where my place is. So I agree with Steve and everything everybody else has said. And actually, Ned, I think you've said this before in another meeting. I think context matters. And I think especially here, we just need a lot more information. And especially if we would go to the point of supporting this type of article, I really think we would need to have a full understanding of exactly what these people are asking for. And as others have mentioned, what the repercussions would be of this type of activity. So I just wanted to give my support to getting a lot more information. And I think we'd need to analyze, once we had all of that information, that what would be the best path forward. And as Steve said, I think there are probably other ways we could address whatever the core of the issue is. So that was it.
Yeah, and I would I would echo Joe, Mr. Topham, and say, you know, I talk to the neighbors in the area, get a lot of feedback, and everything else that's been said makes a lot of sense as well. I don't think you want to be hasty in a situation like this at all. I don't think that's the way to go. I think you need to prepare a case, you know.
And, you know, the other thing too is you do want this to be successful. And if even sometimes, I mean, there are people out there that if they get a whiff that the planning board was accelerating this along, especially in terms of reducing density, you know where that's going to track a town meeting. It will be the kiss of death for that right there. Just even without logic prevailing about what's going on, just because it's a way to take a political hit.
That's right, Barry. We've been through this how many times now? Dozens.
Too many.
It's very difficult. It's difficult to even fix something that's obvious, let alone something, you know, like this. So zoning is complicated for the general audience. Just like there's things here that are not understood by everyone, and this is one of them. And it's a very, very difficult you know, process. So, okay. So Megan, where are you? You're on, you got your video off. Are we all set here to vote to take a vote on this, and then we'll move along to the special meetings?
Just out of yeah. Do we actually want to vote on this, or do you feel as though that the consensus of what you've heard is enough to propel that along? It's up to the two of you to make that decision. I'd appreciate just a little feedback here.
I think consensus is fine.
Okay.
Pretty obvious.
All right. Thank you.
I think
we're there.
Okay. So the special meetings schedule, I'm not going to be here Thursday. I already told Dave. But we need to have those hearings for legal reasons. But we can continue if needed. We'll have 3 votes anyway, so that's fine. I'm just saying I can't be here on the 12th. So,
and John won't be here either. So Barry
Yep.
and Joe,
But
you will definitely be here, right?
I will, but I won't, not for the 26th.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I don't have any conflicts that I can see.
I was just gonna ask, does Dave have any conflicts, Megan, with anything on the 12th? Or we might have to to
Not
get
that
those
I'm-
all be able to be,
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. And I wanted to mention, because I did get this question, thank you, Carl, about the alternates attending these special meetings. You're absolutely more than welcome to attend. I'll include you on the panelist list, but you are not required to be there. So it's the 5 members that can vote. Alternates cannot be activated on warrant articles.
Mhm. And
okay.
just to follow up on that, if it is only 3 of us, we can also defer it to another meeting when there's a larger board available. So don't forget that. You're not locked in at that moment to say you must make a decision.
Mr. Chairman, I just
Okay.
want to point out that
Yep.
for Thursday, the 12th, and then again for Thursday, the 26th, those are the opening public hearings for, on the 12th, all the citizen petition articles, on the 26th, all of the planning board sponsored articles. We have a lot of articles, so it's going to be really important for you all to be familiar with them ahead of time and to move the meeting along, because we have to be able to get through those, and we don't have a lot of extra time. I mean, I'm not saying you have to close all the hearings on those dates, but some of these scheduled meetings, well, they all say special meeting, but Megan, aren't some of these regularly scheduled planning board or no?
No, the only one that's regularly scheduled is Monday, February the 13th.
Okay.
Yep. And
yeah,
Leslie, what's the
Yes.
drop dead date?
I don't have I think it's that Monday, March 9th, because that's how Megan and I built the schedule.
Because the March 9th is really intended to be as needed. So with the thought that we hopefully don't need it.
Got it.
Yeah. Our hope is that everything is wrapped up on February 13th. So if there's something that's outstanding for some important reason, we can carry it over. But if we can possibly get everything done, then that would help us work around the select board and FinCom schedule.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you all
Motion to adjourn then?
for everything. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Third.
All those in favor? Joe?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
And the temp chair votes aye.
There you go.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, alternates. Steve, thank you for your comments tonight, and Carl and Abby, thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Thank you all.
Good night
Have a
now.
good
Take care,
night.
you guys.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
See you
Thank you.
Thursday.
Right.
See ya. All right.